guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
My friends, is how you close out the weekend. It's sad but true. Boy, they go by so fast, huh? Well, trust you had a good weekend. Welcome in, welcome aboard. We'll do it all over again here on the Overnight Drive, right? Welcome in, overnighttdriveradio.com. TNCradio.live. We enter week number 2 of our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. And through the next 5 hours, we will give you not one, but 2 keywords, which equates to 2 entries. Just go to tncradio.live, enter the keyword. When I throw it your way, and you're entered, you can actually enter up to 4 times per day. Got 4 full weeks yet to go. Then coming up on May the 9th, all the entries over the 5-week period get thrown into the virtual hat for a chance at $10,000. That'd be mighty nice right about now. All right, as I look at the current national radar scene for our travelers' weather tonight, not a whole lot going on, but tell you what, that is going to be changing in dramatic fashion this week. As we closed out the previous week, forecasters had already been advising us things are going to get ugly this week. We are going to be talking a full-fledged blizzard, expected to encompass a broad area of the northern plains. Severe weather outbreak. AccuWeather forecasters kind of headline, how do they put it? The most far-reaching severe weather tornado threat so far this year will be occurring this week. First of all, before we delve into what we know at this point in time, forecasters say warmer days for communities in the eastern half of the country. It is a comfortable 54 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. But things are going to be changing. The jet stream is kind of transitioning, pushing into the southeastern portions of Canada, allowing mild conditions to surge northward. Now, we had Sunday morning, some unseasonably chilly air was still hanging on in the east, but east of the eastern portions of the country, the northeast actually saw temperatures in the 30s and 40s across the higher elevations of western New York, western Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. Yeah, even spotted a few snowflakes overnight Saturday night. Much of the Tennessee Valley, portions of the Carolinas, Alabama, Georgia, were either under freeze warnings or frost advisories over the weekend with those low temperatures Saturday night. Now, after dealing with low temperatures in the 30s and some patchy frost overnight tonight into Monday morning, cities like Richmond, Virginia, you're going to be looking at a huge turnaround with a high temperature surging to 75 degrees Monday afternoon. Yeah, compared to where you started in the morning, this would mark a temperature climb of a good 40 degrees. While not quite reaching record levels, the warm-up will be sustained with highs near 80 Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Now, some folks may be eager to get outdoors, participate in your popular springtime activities, walking, hiking, bird watching, maybe a picnic or biking. Looks like Tuesday, that'll be the prime opportunity for folks to get out along the southeastern coast and the interior northeast. By the time we reach midweek Wednesday, outdoor plans may be limited with some rain and thunderstorms forecast to develop in the Mississippi Valley, the Ohio Valley, the interior northeast. Tuesday through Thursday, daytime temperatures from the Tennessee Valley to the northeast, averaging a good 5 or 10 to 15 degrees above normal. Yeah, that spring warm-up, providing nature that boost it needs for the flowers and the greenery to really begin to flourish. By Tuesday, as a matter of fact, widespread 70s, shifting as far north as Kentucky, southeastern Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, temperatures in the low 80s throughout much of the southeastern states. Pittsburgh, the Steel City, reaching a high of 73 Wednesday, roughly 11 degrees above normal. By Thursday, places like central New Jersey, like Princeton, will have a chance at getting into the lower 80s. Further south, it's not going to be excluded from the warm-up, especially in comparison to temperatures over the weekend, although it will be to a lesser extent most southeastern city daytime highs running 5 to 10 degrees above average Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. Now, down into portions of central and south Florida, you're looking at lower 90s. from the middle to latter portions of this coming week. Fort Myers, you're expected to reach a daytime high of 92 degrees by midweek. Temperatures this weekend trending back down to near normal or maybe slightly below normal. Most residents in the Northeast will see daytime highs ranging from the 50s to 60s, again, after the big-time warm-up early this week. But then, okay, here's the major storm developing across the central states this week, which will bring a, quote, historic snowfall and blizzard conditions to portions of the northern tier, with the southward dip in the jet stream across the west. That's going to bring cold Canadian air into parts of the west coast, then expanding across the Rockies and the northern plains into the early portions of this week. And that's going to set the stage for a robust amount of snow as the week progresses. The more impactful storm is expected to pivot through the interior west through the day today, strengthening as it does so. That's going to allow for some locally heavy snow across portions of the Wasatch Range in Utah, the Bitterroot and Rocky Mountains of Idaho and Montana. Meanwhile, rain soaking some of the valley floors. But as the storm emerges from the Rockies, swinging northeast across the plains later on Tuesday, that's when things get interesting. Snow will encompass Wyoming, the Colorado Rockies, before spreading into western Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and even Minnesota through Tuesday night. An expansive swath of anywhere from a few inches is anticipated from Idaho and Utah all the way into the arrowhead of Minnesota. By the time the storm is said and done, up to 2 feet of snow, likely across North Dakota, far northern Minnesota, into southern Manitoba and Ontario, Canada. At this point, it's all going to be about the exact track of the storm, determining where the heaviest snow extends from the Rockies to the northern plains. Communities from Bismarck, North Dakota to Winnipeg, Manitoba could see 18 inches of snow. A swath of heavy snow is expected to linger and be very slow-moving, allowing for perhaps 2 to 3 feet of snow to pile up in some locations before the snow ends. AccuWeather forecasters are actually forecasting some areas may see totals approaching 40 inches, 40 inches. Look at Grand Forks, North Dakota. The snowiest April ever on record was 1970, when 17 inches of snow fell. It is not out of the realm of possibility. This storm alone could produce that much snow, let alone when adding in the half an inch of snow the city's already seen this month. Right now, forecasters tell that it appears that Denver may be just outside where the heavy snow falls, but just a southeastward shift in the storm's track could put the mile-high city in the throes of some major snow. The inches of snow expected at some of the region is going to help with the drought conditions. Portions of eastern Montana, parts of Wyoming, and the western Dakotas. But it's the slow nature of this storm as it tracks eastward will allow the storm to strengthen. And as it does, gusty winds will develop where the snow will be falling. In other words, blizzard conditions will unfold as this storm gains strength. The snow piles up and the winds increased, extensive blowing and drifting, which could result in road closures due to high-velocity winds and massive snow drifts potentially. They break down the criteria for the official blizzard. That's 1/4 mile visibility or less, winds of 35 miles per hour or greater for 3 consecutive hours. Should this storm develop its full potential, winds may gust frequently to 50 miles per hour with near zero visibility for hours in some cases across the northern Rockies and the plains. AccuWeather also noted the gusty winds could create drifts up to 20 feet. I mean, you talk about a blockbuster April storm. Things are going to get ugly. Obviously, the movement of freight in some parts of the country will come to a complete halt. It's going to be an ugly week. Now, we will look at the southern side of this storm, which will also be bringing us again a potential severe weather outbreak with the greatest risk, the most far-reaching severe weather tornado threat so far this year. We'll delve into that a bit coming up here as we roll into the early hours of a Monday. All right, hope you had a good weekend. Who we got checking in out of the box? Horse Feathers on board. Hey there, hope you had a good weekend, Horse Feathers. There's Zorro. Happy Monday. Philly Dan, morning drivers from Philadelphia. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Let's see, are we supposed to say happy birthday to Colton? Yes, Colton on board there. Happy birthday, Colton. There's the show dog waving a hand this morning from Mason, Ohio, 007 in Iowa. At the Iowa 80 tonight. Dwayne says, good evening. Heat wave, happy birthday to Colton. Morning from the Hacienda in New Mexico. I got a story to share with the audience. All right, we'll look forward to that there. Heat wave. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. I'm back in the saddle. There's Larry with us this morning. Richard from Central Florida, 57 degrees. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, 51 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky. Everybody be safe, and let's go, Brandon. There's Dave from Anderson, back from vacation. It was way too short. They go by fast, don't they? Let's go, Brandon. There's the Jimmy Jammer checking in this morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion. Bull Hauler is on board. Morning, Steve. We've got 45 and some rain in Carthage, Missouri. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss Compound Construction Zone tonight. All right, hello to Pappy. Hey there, 54 degrees in southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Get the raincoats and umbrellas ready tomorrow. Yeah, and happy birthday, Colton. Hang in there. School's going to be out soon, and you'll be hammering down with your dad out there on the road. Everybody be safe, and let's go. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. All right, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. We've got 51 degrees. Hello to the hired gun. Morning, everybody. 66 and clear in northwest Georgia. Don't forget, painted side stays on top, right? Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 45 in Brownsville, Oregon tonight. It's going to be solid rain for nearly the next week in the Pacific Northwest. Anyway, headed for JBLM, Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington. Gonna crank it up at right at the midnight hour. Of course, she's on the West Coast. So here in a couple hours. All right, anybody else? There's Jay Burke. You know you're hooked, still listening, even though you're not even working tonight. Just part of the routine. Anyway, good morning from Coleraine Township. Hey, good to have you with us, neighbor. There's the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve. Did you hear about the Delta flight from Salt Lake to D.C.? The windshield developed severe cracks in flight. They did land safely in Denver. Maybe too close to a gravel hauling plane. I don't know what the heck would cause that, right? All right, there's Buckeye Boy. One more check-in here from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 58 degrees. Made it home from Phoenix this evening. And as it turned out, onto Wade Green Road going to my lot, a lot of emergency vehicles in front of a small school, a small shopping center where there's a pizza place we picked up. The paramedics were giving CPR to a large gentleman who was lying on the ground. Not sure what happened, but hope everything's okay. Sad news from former Ohio State University quarterback Dwayne Haskins over the weekend, who was killed by a dump truck while trying to walk or run across I-595 near Miami. Yes, I've got that story. Really kind of makes you wonder, well, yeah, what was going on? Yes, it almost sounds like he may have just been trying to be out in traffic. Who knows? I don't know if they've got more on the story or not, but we'll share what we have. But yes, that was Steelers quarterback now, right? I guess the backup quarterback. I don't think he was on the team last year. Never got on the field, to the best of my knowledge. But our number around the country. Welcome aboard. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get to your calls coming up here as we roll into a Monday. I'm looking at the story out of the Florida. Steelers quarterback Dwayne Haskins, former OSU quarterback, was 24 years old, struck and killed by a dump truck in Broward County. I guess it was late Friday night, early Saturday morning, according to the Highway Patrol, attempting to cross the westbound lanes of I-595 on foot for some reason. He was struck by an oncoming dump truck and died at the scene. Yeah, I'm devastated and at a loss for words with the unfortunate passing of Dwayne Haskins, according to Tomlin. He quickly became a part of our Steelers family upon his arrival in Pittsburgh, and he was one of our hardest workers both on and off the field and in the community here. NBC Channel 6 spoke to a man who says he believes he saw Haskins on 595 westbound just minutes before the crash. Chris Stanley said he was headed towards the off-ramp to I-95 North when he noticed vehicles veering into his lane. Then I noticed an individual there starting to make their way onto the road. It looked like a person who was in all black clothing. So I ended up staying on the left lane. I passed him, wandering off into the highway. But I was so concerned that he says I did dial 911 and shared a screenshot of the call log with NBC6 with a call to 911 at 6:31 a.m. 6 minutes before the Highway Patrol said the crash occurred. The crash reported at 6:37 a.m. Saturday morning. But he said he was about halfway to a quarter of the way into the right lane on the highway, and I was concerned somebody was going to hit him right there at that moment. Anyway, Haskins was going to be turning 25 next month, the former star quarterback from Ohio State University. Yeah, even though he started for just one season, Haskins became one of the best players in college football after setting Big Ten records, finishing third in the Heisman Trophy voting back in 2018. In 2019, he joined the NFL as a first-round draft pick for the Washington Commanders, where he spent 2 seasons, joined the Steelers last year, but never got on the field with the team during the regular season. NBC Sports reported Haskins was in Florida this past week getting in some off-season work with several other Steelers skill position players. So his death is an open traffic homicide investigation. No further info until the investigation is completed. Just you can think about a number of scenarios. What are you doing wandering around on the highway at 6:30 in the morning? And just don't want to make any speculation. We'll just wait for the official report to come in. But kind of sad news there. Meanwhile, several folks have shared video where the People's Convoy is back in California, and if you have not yet seen, what a crowd. Thousands of people, truckers, firefighters from across the country that gathered this past day outside of Los Angeles City Hall, protesting vaccine mandates for the COVID-19, gathering at Grand Park to hear speakers and performers. Well, big rig trucks from the People's Convoy were parked on the nearby streets, members of the convoy jamming traffic, of course, during the D.C. protest here weeks ago. The peaceful crowd listening to speakers and singers, similar to a rally that was held at the same spot last year to others staged around the country. All right, 31-year-old Pete Schweet, a New York City firefighter, founder of the group Bravest for Choice, actually flew out to California with some teachers, transit operators, and others to support some of the local public workers there in California. I said he's been on unpaid leave for 5 months now for failing to comply with the New York vaccine requirement for public employees. Now, he believes he's had COVID but recovered. The people that have held out this long believe this is not about a shot. It's about the freedom to make the choice for yourself, for your own bodily autonomy. We are 100% not anti-vaccine. We support the individual. We believe the threat to the individual is a threat to all freedoms of the people. Los Angeles, of course, and the city require their workers, including firefighters and police, sheriff's deputies, to be fully vaccinated or have medical or religious exemptions. Relatively few have faced any disciplinary action, they say. As of last month, about 24 employees, including a dozen fire department workers and several police officers, had been fired for violating the vaccine rules. The city has successfully fought anti-mandate lawsuits, which have been filed on behalf of firefighters and police department workers as well. Organizers of the protest are opposing several COVID-related bills that have been proposed in the legislature there in the state of California. There were actually, I believe, like 10 separate pieces of legislation that are slated to be voted on here in the coming weeks. That's why they're back in California. All right, to the calls here. Scrapyard on board. How was your weekend, Scrapyard?
Well, pretty good. Other than windy as all get out, I did a little gunsmithing, little work around the cabin and whatnot. And Colton from Scrapyard, happy birthday, young man. I hope you have plenty more and all that. And glad to have you here with listening to the program. I'm up here in Fayetteville, Arkansas right now, and I got a heck of a light show going out here, and the wind's blowing pretty hard out here. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings over around Tulsa, and it's north and west here. The sky's just all lit up, just a popping. And so we're back in the wind traps. Yeah, it's pretty high winds down there around the Bobby Hopper Tunnel area, so y'all going through there, be careful. And Zigzag, he's home now, and he wanted to thank everybody that was had him in their thoughts and prayers. A friend of his, from lifelong friend, 20 plus years, was listening to the program the other night and got a hold of him after he got home, got out of surgery and got woke up and got home. And Ziggy listened to the program. He called me up. He was just about in tears, and he wanted to thank everybody.
Okay.
And all that. Yeah, they got his gallbladder out successfully and all that. If they had waited a little bit longer and all that, he wouldn't have made it.
Wow, that's good. Well, that's good news. So
he was on home recovery. He was on the verge of bursting on him. Sir?
So he's home recovering now, though. That's good news.
Yeah. He lives over in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and all that. He's a very good friend of mine, a hell of an individual. He'll give you the shirt off his back. He'll drop everything, come running to help you. Just an all around good Joe and all that. I'll buy him a beer any day at them time.
Okay.
And all that. But other than that, like I said, out here on 49, y'all be careful. This storm front will be rolling in. I'm trying to get in up here and get unloaded, reloaded, and get south with it, chasing my tail end. Hopefully I can get out before it hits.
It's just some of these storms
the radar was showing it was going to blow up into something.
You're right. I mean, there's a pretty strong line from right midway between Bartlesville and Ponca City. They're in northern Oklahoma, Bartlesville. This line is headed your way, and it is prompting severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour. Yes, severe thunderstorm watch, northeast Oklahoma, over into southwest Missouri and northwest Arkansas. All right, get a news update. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Anche far cessare una guerra di cui non si vede la fine.
Pope Francis has opened Holy Week with a call for an Easter truce in Ukraine. He celebrated Palm Sunday Mass before a large crowd at St. Peter's Square. Ukraine's top prosecutor says she's now investigating 5,600 cases of war crimes in Ukraine. Reporting on those cases, here's Eileen McHugh on the BBC.
Ukraine's Prosecutor General says the bodies of more than 1,200 people have been found in the Kiev region since Russian forces withdrew from the area. Irina Venediktova told a British broadcaster that Russian forces were killing Ukrainians every day in areas they controlled. She said Ukraine had identified more than 500 suspected war criminals, including top military and government officials in Russia.
This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Racing action over the weekend. What we see? It was Hendricks Motorsports at Martinsville Speedway Saturday night. Short track racing under the lights. Chase Elliott led the first 185 laps, winning both Stage 1 and Stage 2, but lost the lead to teammate William Byron during the Stage 2 caution. As teams pitted for tires and fuel, the race would go to overtime when the caution came out on lap 393 of 400 for a car hitting the wall in turn 4. Byron remained in control the last 2 laps, and despite a last lap effort by Joey Logano, Byron would go on to win his second race of the season. Byron led 212 laps of the 403-lap race and became the first repeat winner of the 2022 season. Joey Logano finishing second, followed by Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, coming in 5th. Chase ended up finishing 10th. In the world of outlaws, what do we see? Jacob Allen won Saturday night's Jason Johnson Classic at Lake Ozark Speedway there in Missouri. In IndyCar, Jimmy Johnson sustained a hand injury during Friday's practice when his car jumped a curb and headed for the tire wall where Johnson hit but failed to take his hands off the wheel before hitting the wall, causing the wheel to snap, fracturing his hand apparently. The team was able to mold a carbon fiber splint around his hand and give support while holding the wheel to compete in Sunday's race there in Long Beach. It was Joseph Newgarden, the winner in Sunday's Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. Formula One returned to Melbourne, Australia for the first time since 2019. Charles Leclerc would dominate the race and go on to win his second race of the year. 2021 champion Max Verstappen would fail to finish his second race due to mechanical issues in just his third race of the season. So thank you very much, Ryan, for the race report here on a Monday morning. And it's 844-844-3388. David checking in from Lodi, 43 degrees, waiting for my meat driver so we can swap loads. James says, hey there, Steve. Now I'm reading as many as 30,000 illegals a day could be invading our country once this Title 42 is lifted. Saw that report on Breitbart News. Yeah, last week the numbers were like 18,000. It's all fluctuating, but you can be sure those who are waiting south of the border, many who had already come in and been returned to Mexico under the Title 42, they'll all be immediately hoofing it across the border once again. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a early Monday morning. Heat wave, checking in from the Hacienda. What's going on tonight?
Oh, good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole lot. Yeah, I noticed Colton's birthday. I had an annual reminder that said, "Hey, happy birthday to Colton." I was like, "Oh crap, we forgot about that little guy." I went ahead and threw that on Facebook, and so I hope the little man, whenever he's listening to the radio at night, he hears you and hears us, and just remembers we didn't forget about the guy. We just forgot the date.
Okay.
Oh, goodness. Well, I was out here. I had the 6 trees I got down at the bottom of my property. I had to go out there and start running water lines to them because it's just been so damn dry. And them trees are only 2 years old, so I figured another year of watering and them buggers ought to be growing up real nice. Yeah, my oldest son, he has had a house, double wide, brought in from Texas here about 6 months ago, and it's been sitting on a lot here in Albuquerque that's supposed to have been secured. Well, over the weekend, they found out different. They finally got the foundation set. They brought the house out there. They got one side set up, and they were setting up the other side when one of the setters decided to go inside. I don't know what all they got to do inside a house like that, but just as soon as he opened the door, the bot flies came out, and the smell of death was everywhere inside that house. And they found a body with a needle in its arm, and they, New Mexico CSI, state police, the coroner, and the sheriff's office were out there. So I'm sure his soon-to-be neighbors were wondering just what in the hell was going on out there. But yeah, they said the body had been in the trailer dead for at least a week. And they found out that the guy had, the person had, his baggage was in another room. So apparently this was a homeless guy down on his luck, thinking the drugs were going to make life better for him. And all it did was just upset the lives of at least a dozen people out here. My son, his wife, and his children, and everybody that was involved in moving them trailers. Now, my question is this. If the trailer movers did a proper pre-trip, wouldn't you think they would have smelled, I don't know, something little dead around that trailer house, that mobile home, or whatever, that double wide? I mean, if the sheets weren't broken, that separate the halves, that's one thing. But I mean, good Lord, didn't they even just try to unlock the door to go in? So the guy that brokered the deal says, well, you don't have to accept that house. And there are a couple of guys out there saying, you can get that smell out, and we'll just replace a few pieces here, like the flooring and the carpet and whatever. And I'm thinking, no, you don't do that. You tell them you want another house. But I don't know. He's thinking about go ahead and accepting the house and letting them clean it up. And because he just ain't real happy with the situation. He doesn't believe that the spirit of a deceased person will be bugging him. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what happens there.
That's just a bizarre story, though. So I mean,
it is.
Yeah.
It really is, and it should have never happened in a secured lot. So I don't know. I'm sure somebody's going to pay out the nose on this one. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if anyone's out there that hauls trailers, double wides and whatnot, don't y'all do a pre-trip to make sure everything works and nothing smells? Eesh, that's yeah. So anyways, I'll be waiting to hear from the bank tomorrow about a $6,000 loan to get my furnace. So we can get the furnace, and then we already got our coil system set up. So we just need that money to get everything all said and done with the installation of the new air conditioning system. My wife will be happy, and I'm just happy that I could get the loan, if it goes through, for 11%. And I think that's going to be one of those loans that right now you think is pretty high interest-wise, but here in the next couple of months, that might be a
pretty good deal.
People may look at that going, pretty good deal. Exactly. So other than that, I think I'll listen on for a little bit longer before I hit the hay. I go back out to work tomorrow at hopefully 8 p.m., but we'll just keep my fingers crossed for that. And I sure hope that bad weather don't interfere with the freight coming in. So with that, Senor, you have yourself a good night. Everyone out there, stay safe. Heat wave out.
Seems like, what we're talking about, weather-wise, I have a sneaky suspicion there may be some issues, obviously. Yeah, undoubtedly there's going to be some issues with freight getting from point A to point B. Whether on the blizzard side of the storm or the southern severe side of the storm, which we haven't even broke that down for you yet. We'll get to that coming up. And we've got clear lines wide open here on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Closing out the weekend back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Saw anybody tune into some Major League Baseball over the weekend. A new season underway. Cincinnati, of course, starting on the road for the first time in many, many years in Atlanta. So 4-game series. Cincinnati splits. 2 wins for the Reds, 2 wins for the Braves, leading to an off day today. And then the official big opening day taking place in Cincinnati on Tuesday. Well, might Mother Nature throw a bit of a monkey wrench into Tuesday's action here in Cincinnati. Let's take a look at this big storm, powerful storm coming, emerges from the west, taking an agonizingly slow track across the plains this week, while severe weather will erupt for multiple days over the central states. Actually, starting today, Monday through Thursday, at least 18 states could be affected by the outbreak. Some folks in the southern states may be hit by severe weather for the 4th consecutive week. But this setup may also pose the most significant risk of severe thunderstorms for portions of the north central states that we have seen so far this year. All facets of severe weather are possible with the likelihood of a significant outbreak. Many of the storms will bring strong gusty winds, heavy rain, frequent lightning. The most powerful storms will carry the potential for large hail, damaging winds, and yes, tornadoes. Yeah, we saw some of those first storms erupting this past afternoon and continuing even at this hour from central Oklahoma to southeastern Kansas, eventually into central Missouri, as this is kind of the lead disturbance ahead of the main storm, pivots across the plains. Yeah, timing the advancing severe weather for the rest of this week is going to be somewhat tricky, according to forecasters. There's going to be multiple disturbances that pivot around the main storm, and these disturbances could cause storms to steadily advance, one day, then slow down another, then fire up again further to the west. As we look to our first day of the week here, severe weather will be unfolding today from central Texas into Arkansas and southern Missouri. The storms this afternoon and evening will likely fired just east of a boundary separating dry air over the high plains to the west and the surging warm, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico to the east. Now, a few of these storms in this zone could bring, again, all modes of severe weather. Large, damaging hail, isolated tornadoes, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust will be a possibility. However, the scope and the intensity of severe weather is going to expand Tuesday, reaching as far south as the upper Texas, Louisiana coastal areas and as far north as northern Iowa. I mean, we're talking roughly a 1,000-mile stretch. Once again, all modes of severe weather are forecast: flooding, downpours, hail, damaging winds. Because this massive storm will also be producing heavy snow across the Rockies and northern plains, it's expected to be slow moving. Much of the same area that will be threatened by severe weather today could again be at risk on Tuesday. Forecasters are going to be paying particularly close attention to flash flooding, especially where these storms overlap. Areas that maybe were hit Sunday and will again later today. Also going to be closely monitoring the potential for winds and tornadoes. So we look toward the greatest risk on Tuesday, anywhere from Dallas to Kansas City. This could also be the second day in a row that Dallas may be threatened by severe storms. Thunderstorms may last well after dark on Tuesday from portions of Arkansas and Louisiana, then from parts of Tennessee and Mississippi to Alabama during Wednesday night. The severe storms that erupt and move through locations during the day do pose a significant threat, but an extra level of danger when these storms linger after the sun goes down and persist through much of the night where many people are sleeping. Review your weather procedures. Have means to receive severe weather bulletins 24 hours a day. Have the app on your smartphone, whatever the case is going to be. Make sure your phone is fully charged and it's activated when you lay down in the evening. Best to leave the phone on all night with the volume set at an audible level, according to the experts. We'll look a bit further through the week, midweek, as the severe threat will continue to exist. All right, had the Masters over the weekend. Scotty Scheffler not only picked up his first Masters victory in the green jacket, but he's going home with a big check as well. Now, Scheffler shot a final round of 71 to win the Masters. He was 10 under par and finished 3 strokes ahead of Rory McIlroy, who made a surge in that fourth round, shooting a 7 under par for the tournament, but he shot a 64 on Sunday. I believe that was 8 under par. Scheffler, the 25-year-old, now takes home a $2.7 million check. Hideki Matsuyama, who won the tournament last year, took $2.07 million for his win. In 2020, it was Dustin Johnson, also for a $2.07 million check as well. So, all right, he held on in that final round. Of course, Tiger Woods returning to the Masters. Tiger was on the minds of all the fans going into the event. Scheffler was able to shoot a 69 in the first round, a 67 in the second, a 71 in the third round, and 71 in the final fourth round. There you go, the Masters, the first major championship, and that after he took the number 1 ranking from John Rahm in the days leading up to the event. So congratulations to all the participants at the Masters over the past weekend. All right, let me get back up here to the calls here. Mercury Man, I believe, on board. Hey there, Mercury Man.
Hey, how was your weekend, Steve?
Had a good weekend. Went by pretty quick, but had a good weekend.
Yeah, don't they go by fast? I mean, they just fly by. But I see we're getting some more storms in down here. You know,
Hello, Mercury Man. Mercury Man, I think he lost his cell. Are you still there? Nope. He'll have to ring us back. Give us a call back there when you get your cell service back. All right, with that, we're...
Send some more down here.
There you are. All right, you disappeared for a moment. I thought we'd lost you.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
We got you. Yeah, you were talking about the severe weather. Yeah, more storms.
They had announced on TV yesterday that we had broke our record for this season already of tornadoes. We average about 21, and we've already had 56 this year.
Wow.
56 confirmed tornadoes. Yeah, it's I guess we need some more, huh? So I guess some more is coming.
Yeah.
So, but if you would hold me over on the top of the hour, I got some more to talk about if I run out of time. But I was gonna talk about this thing they had. CBS Evening News reported Thursday afternoon that it hadn't got much traction, but they reported that they caught two infiltrators in Jill Biden's Secret Service entourage, and both of them were foreigners from. One of them they said was from Iran, and the other one was from Kazakhstan or somewhere over in there. They caught them. They were posing as Secret Service people. Have you heard about that?
I think Roy had sent me several links over the weekend. I do have the story here. It's pretty bizarre. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. And the guys up in Michigan that got arrested for trying to kidnap the governor up there, they're not reporting it either, but they're acquitting them people one after another, and they're all claiming that they were enticed by the FBI agents to do it.
Yep.
Have you heard about that?
Yes, sir. I mean, like you said, you're not hearing a whole hell of a lot about it in the news, but yes, I mean, that was more or less, what would you call it, a setup by the FBI.
Yeah. Yes, and they just, you don't hear nothing. I don't hear nothing about it. And the report I heard about the Secret Service was one little blip, and I hadn't heard nothing else about it. And I told my wife, I said, that sounds like infiltrators that they were probably connected with January 6th, trying to get people to do things they didn't want to do and all that stuff too,
I believe that is the case. Well, let's pause right there, and I'll come back with more details on that. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Anche far cessare una guerra di cui non si vede la fine.
Pope Francis has opened Holy Week with a call for an Easter truce in Ukraine. He celebrated Palm Sunday Mass before a large crowd at St. Peter's Square. Ukraine's top prosecutor says she's now investigating 5,600 cases of war crimes in Ukraine. Reporting on those cases, here's Eileen McHugh on the BBC.
Ukraine's Prosecutor General says the bodies of more than 1,200 people have been found in the Kiev region since Russian forces withdrew from the area. Irina Venediktova told a British broadcaster that Russian forces were killing Ukrainians every day in areas they controlled. She said Ukraine had identified more than 500 suspected war criminals, including top military and government officials in Russia.
This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
More people in Washington are coming down with COVID-19.
Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack is the latest federal official to test positive for COVID-19. He tweeted that he is vaccinated and boosted and that his symptoms are mild. He was among dozens who attended the annual Gridiron Club dinner last week who tested positive. That count includes Attorney General Merrick Garland, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, and Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff of California and Joaquin Castro of Texas. Officials who did not attend the dinner are testing positive as well, including Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive recently.
One of the organizers of the Stop the Steal movement, Ali Alexander, says he's cooperating with the House committee investigating the January 6 riots at the Capitol. In a statement, he said he's innocent of any wrongdoing and is cooperating with the panel. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
Officials report there's been a massive drug bust in Los Angeles.
In what's being described by Orange County, California as its largest drug bust in about 16 years, authorities say they've recovered roughly 1,000 pounds of drugs after pulling over a minivan last month. According to a press release by the Orange County DA's office, Buena Park Police recovered over 800 pounds of meth, nearly 190 pounds of cocaine, and about 20 pounds of fentanyl. Orange County DA Todd Spreitzer explains just how deadly fentanyl can be.
20 pounds that we recovered can kill half of New York City, half of Los Angeles, and Orange County, California, my county, 1.5 times. It's cheap, it's manufactured in China, it's imported and then processed in Mexico.
Former President Trump has endorsed television personality Dr. Oz in his campaign to fill the Senate seat in Pennsylvania, vacated by retiring Senator Patrick Toomey. Trump's endorsement was posted on Twitter by his spokeswoman, Liz Harrington. In his endorsement, Trump noted that Oz is pro-life and very strong on crime. English rock band Pink Floyd has released new music for the first time in 28 years. Proceeds from the project, titled Hey Hey Rise Up, will help with humanitarian relief in Ukraine amid its ongoing conflict with Russia. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Kind of an action-packed weekend. After wrapping up the show there Friday morning, at 5 a.m., we hopped in the family truckster at 6 a.m., headed off to Mount Gilead. Got to meet up with much of the staff. So many people there who actually have never even, aside from maybe seeing it on Facebook or YouTube, is this Steve Sommers guy and the program that's brought to him by Hot Shot Secret. It's the quarterly meeting there for LSI, Lubrication Specialties. So it was good to see Kyle, Chris Gabrelchik, Mindy, all them. Met a whole bunch of the other staff members there. Learned a whole lot about the company. It was a very, very educational, like a 4-hour meeting. So you're discussing everything. Just the way Chris describes it, the idea is, we get all the various departments together and answer anybody's questions. The idea is, by the time that meeting was done, everybody at LSI Chemical should be on the same page, knowing what direction we're going, what the plans are for this year, and the outlook for the coming years. And So that was very interesting. Made for a long day. I mean, I think I got up about 9:30 there Thursday night. Again, did the program Friday morning. It was about a 2.5-hour drive to Mount Gilead from the home 20 here. Then the 4-hour meeting and trying to get through Columbus before the afternoon rush. So much for that. People were screwing up everywhere. Had a nasty accident right there in downtown Columbus. So I had to jump off and get on 70, head back. I should have taken 270 around to begin with. I should have never tried going straight through 71. But I thought at 3 in the afternoon, I'd have a shot at maybe getting through there before things got messy. But nope, wrong decision. Yeah, either way, then I got to go out to have a good dinner with the wife and mom there Saturday evening. And it's kind of a lazy day Sunday. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't say that. It was a beautiful day, and I could hear the sound of lawnmowers and leaf blowers. It's getting to that time of year where people are having to fire up the lawnmower for the first time. My yard was no exception. In some areas where the grass was really getting pretty thick. Others, it's barely even beginning to take hold as we head into the spring, but I was very impressed. I had not really winterized the lawnmower. I think it had about a half a tank of gas left in it when I put it out in the shed for the winter. And I was thinking, man, I don't know if I should have done it. Because we all know that gas kind of goes stale, goes bad in a matter of, 30, 60 days, according to Chris. I had not put anything as far as stabilizer or anything in it. But anyway, got it. I had a little bit of gas left in the tank in the shed, enough to fill it up. And hit the prime button about 8 or 10 times, let it sit for a minute, and hit it another 8 or 10 times. And believe it or not, first pull, fired up. I was so impressed. So yeah, took care of a little bit of that. So a little bit of everything over the weekend. Aside, then I came in and watched a little bit of the Reds, who again pulled out the victory 6-3 over the Braves yesterday. Tuned into some of the Masters. Of course, I had to get some rest, so. There was a lot of golf yet to be played for the Masters. And also over the weekend, I was able to get it's not a GoFundMe, GiveSendGo.com, which I had never heard of that until, remember the debacle with the People's Convoy, where they had millions of dollars that had been donated for the People's Convoy. And GoFundMe apparently didn't like the premise of the convoy, so they shut it down. I believe they refunded all those funds, but they then moved over to the Give, Send, Go platform. And I set a GoFundMe or Give, Send, Go page up for Pappy. So that is activated. If you go to GiveSendGo.com, you can simply type in Overnight Drive for Pappy. That's the page. It's got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo. I mean, I didn't really write a big book. I mean, most of the audience knows on February 1st, his daughter, 16-year-old, was in a very serious car accident. I didn't know if she was even going to survive. Then 2 months to the day on April 1st here, about 10 days ago, she was actually able to get out of the hospital. I mean, first she spent like 2 weeks in the ICU in almost like an induced coma. Then got to step down to Children's Hospital from the trauma unit at the University of Cincinnati, and several weeks where she had to have someone by her bed 24 hours per day, and then nearly another month. So 2 months in the hospital, at which point Pappy had taken a lot of time off. Yeah, he's exhausted all of his paid time off or vacation days. But when his daughter was able to get out of the hospital April 1, she still needs someone around her pretty much round the clock. So he's pretty much taken off the entire month of April. And I thought, I actually had called and asked him first about maybe setting up some sort of an account. And he's like, no, Steve, I mean, I don't want to ask for anything. It's hard to ask for help. It's not like he's going to lose his house or something if we didn't raise some money. But I said, Pappy, just many of the listeners had been emailing me and asking if they could do something maybe to help him out in a tough time. And so I finally said, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and set it up. He actually called me Thursday night, Friday morning. He says, did you set up some sort of a funding page? He said, I almost deleted the email from him because I thought it was some sort of a hoax. I said, no. I set that up just if folks want to throw a few bucks your way to help you out. Just, we just want to help out with the regular monthly expenses, some of the bills and whatnot, since he's not going to be getting paid. So it's GiveSendGo.com, overnight drive for Pappy. If you'd like to make a donation there, it's up to you. If not, you can, there's actually a button there where you can just send out prayers. But daughter's doing a whole lot better now. I guess Pappy was able to get her out over the weekend and finally got to take her out to have a decent meal at a restaurant. You imagine eating hospital food for 2 months? Yummy. So just thought we'd throw that your way. There you go. Mercedes, get well soon. Doing a whole lot better, and we'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Your typical slow Sunday night into a Monday morning. So plenty of room for you. There's the Mercury Man. Yeah, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Hey, yeah. I'm glad to see that Mercedes is doing good. That was really, really bad, but I'm glad to see she's okay. And happy birthday to Colton, all the way from down here in South Mississippi right now. Happy birthday, Colton. And heat wave. He needs to tell his son to swap that house out because they will never get all of that smell out of that house.
That's what I was thinking.
Apparently,
I mean, it's kind of gruesome, but he said, the body, of course, had been there a week and deteriorating, the bodily fluids and all that. It I guess permeates and soaks into the flooring and everything. And I'm thinking. I mean, first of all, just the idea of someone who died in the home and whatnot. I think my wife would freak out. She said, "I'm not living there,"
Oh. Ain't no way my wife would be in that house. She wouldn't even breathe the air in that place, much less step foot in it. Ain't no way.
Yeah.
No, and not even talking about the ghostly aspects of it too.
Mm-hmm.
She'll never be able to sleep in it.
Yep.
No, they need to swap that house out. But yeah, talking about those infiltrators in Jill Biden, I just wonder what was the idea of infiltrating her. I don't understand that one. And like I said, they just never talked about it, and it just reinforces my idea of all the infiltrators on January 6th. Like the guy that you never see him no more. I can't remember his name or whatever, but the guy that was on the bullhorn shouting out and everything, talking about we need to invade the Capitol building and all that stuff, and he was on the FBI's most wanted list. And just so happens he's off the list and nobody knows where he's at. Well, that sounds like a deal was made right there, And one of the guys, they said that he had left and went to Belarus. One of the guys that was fixed to be arrested or something, or they arraigned him or something or other, and he left and went to Belarus, and he's over there now, and he was talking about it, and you don't hear nothing about that one either. It's just crazy how about, all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes and all this crap. And then you got Russia over the weekend shooting a missile into that depot, killing all those civilians and all that. And they claim they didn't do it. I mean, who's to say that some infiltrators didn't do that? Because they are supposedly FBI or Americans over there fighting for the Ukrainians now. Who's to say they're not over there just trying to stir up crap, Who knows? It's so much distrust now. You don't know who to trust. You don't know who to believe because of the things that's happened in the past and everything with our government. It's all just one big old cloud. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, yeah. One big cluster, you know what.
Yeah, yeah. But that's all I got. I was just wanting to talk about that a little more and just get your thoughts on it and everything. But it's so screwed up. Everything's so screwed up. Well, let me say this. On a lighthearted story, they found up in North Dakota, I don't know if you heard about this, up in North Dakota, they found a dinosaur, a preserved dinosaur leg.
Yeah, it was more like mummified.
And they're claiming that it was, yes, and they're claiming that it was from the actual asteroid hit. Now, if it's mummified, who's to say they might get some cells out of it and recreate it, you know?
Jurassic Park in real life.
Oh yeah, that's all we need now. You know, of course we got Biden, we got Kamala now. We need a T-Rex to walk around in Washington. What don't we?
Yep. I mean, I know they've been working with they had the woolly mammoth that they dig out of the permafrost or whatever that they're, can you recreate this stuff in a test tube? Hey, we're gonna hatch a real life woolly mammoth. To the case he's talking about, which, again, I'm not hearing a whole lot about, this began to unfold last week. A U.S. district judge said he needs more information before making a decision on federal prosecutors' pretrial detention request for those two men charged with impersonating a federal officer. You've got 40-year-old Aryan Taherzadeh and 35-year-old Haider Ali. Both arrested last Wednesday at a luxury apartment in the Navy Yard area of Washington, D.C., after the FBI executed a search warrant with the assistance of multiple other government agencies. Magistrate Judge Michael Harvey said during a detention hearing on Friday that he needs more information about Ali's travel history to Pakistan and Iran. Additional details about the United Special Police LLC, which apparently Taherzadeh allegedly controls, as well as detailed information about his history as a deputized special police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, D.C. Prosecutors say at some point, Taherzadeh was a deputized police officer, but said the designation came with some very limited abilities. Harvey said that this case is very complicated. We haven't seen anything like this before. So that detention here is going to continue this afternoon. Prosecutors requested the two men be detained prior to their trial, arguing that Ali is a flight risk and the other guy could attempt to obstruct justice. In the government's motion for detention, prosecutors say the men's impersonation scheme was realistic enough to convince other government employees, including law enforcement agents, of their false identities. Prosecutors say these two guys compromised Secret Service personnel who actually have access to the White House by lavishing gifts upon them, including rent-free living. During the detention hearing, government prosecutors said, "This is a very serious case," was their words. "This is not a case of someone guarding your local Starbucks." The amount of equipment they had, this is not just two people dressing up for Halloween, Your Honor. This is very serious. Anyway, these two men face up to 3 years in jail as well as a fine of up to $250,000, but they're accused of impersonating Department of Homeland Security employees and gave U.S. Secret Service agents gifts like iPhones, apartments, televisions. In one instance, Taherzadeh provided a Secret Service agent with one rent-free 3-bedroom apartment valued at over $48,000. The Secret Service agent stayed at that apartment from February of last year to January of this year. Now, last Wednesday, federal law enforcement officers recovered multiple firearms as well as ammunition while executing the search warrant. According to the court filing by the federal prosecutors Wednesday morning, numerous electronic devices were also found, including a significant amount of surveillance equipment, 30 hard drives, a machine that actually creates and programs personal identification verification cards, as well as blank cards with chips. It's a very weird story, what was going on there. But meanwhile, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, then I'm looking at a Fox News report which said a filing yesterday, a Sunday court filing by prosecutors revealed that one of these two, this Taherzadeh guy, was actually tipped off about the investigation. And they attempted to conceal evidence by shipping it out of their apartment complex. So when the FBI arrived and all those other agencies and they executed the search warrant last week, they say shipping materials and UPS labels were found, raising concerns that evidence was being shipped out of the apartment. One day after the search warrant was executed, prosecutors said that there was a Secret Service member this Taherzadeh, the guy that he was given the rent-free penthouse, apparently received a package sent through UPS Next Day Air with a return label stating USSP and an address that corresponded with Ollie's apartment complex. That package contained a number of smaller boxes where Sauer and Glock firearm cases were found, and corresponding to the apparent purchase of a P365 9mm Sig Sauer, a P365 XL 9mm Sig Sauer, and a Glock Generation 4 9mm. The firearm case for the P365 Sig Sauer 9mm also had 3 magazines, which prosecutors say appear to have been high-capacity magazines. Prosecutors say that the government was conducting constant surveillance of these guys when the items were shipped and believed they could have been aware that the government was keeping a close eye on them, believed that shipping evidence was a way to remove evidence without the government detecting it. And Raymond sent me several updates. He said, those two guys posing as Department of Homeland Security, who worked on a special task force that was related to the January 6th Capitol riot. Apparently, they posed as law enforcement officers in an attempt to integrate with legitimate federal agents. One of the people was given gifts, actually worked on the First Lady's security detail, he says. So I don't know. Let me get down to Rainmaker's on the line. Morning, Rainmaker.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Good morning. Yeah, I sent you that first story last week on Thursday. When I came across that story, I thought, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense because there's a lot of details that they're leaving out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this morning when I got up, I started going through the news, and there was like 2 different news stories about this. And a little bit more information. And it got in my, it started getting my blood to really boil. Because, our FBI has been weaponized by the Democrats. The FBI, they investigated Trump. They were spying on Trump. The Democrats, they talk about domestic terrorists for parents. Convoy, the truck drivers, domestic terrorists. The FBI is chasing American people. And I read in there, they would never have found this out if it wasn't for the postal inspector coming to investigate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something about one of them people had a altercation with the postal delivery guy. So we would never have known nothing about this. The FBI, none of the law enforcement would never have known nothing if it wasn't been for the post office. Think about that. The FBI did not know a clue about this until the United States Postal Service decided to investigate an altercation that they had. That tells me that the FBI is not really doing a job of protecting the people, the presidency, America at all, And then you have to ask yourself this question: where are they getting all this money? Who's paying for all this?
Yeah.
One person has Pakistani ties, and the other one has Iranian ties, right? And then that makes you think that what's Iran planning to do? What's going on here? There's other questions that need to be answered. But they even had an automatic weapon, and they even have a suppressor. Did you read that too?
Fully automatic. Most of what I got is the stuff that you had sent my way, Raymond. But if you can hold that thought, we got to get our news break as we hit the bottom of the hour. But back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A new Russian military commander has been placed in charge as the war in Ukraine continues. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Reports we're seeing of a change in military leadership and putting a general in charge who is responsible for the brutality and the atrocities we saw in Syria shows that there's going to be a continuation of what we've already seen on the ground in Ukraine, and that's what we are expecting.
She spoke on Fox News Sunday. She said the U.S. plans to continue providing military assistance as Ukraine braces for more conflict. For the first Palm Sunday since the outbreak of COVID, thousands of people gathered around St. Peter's Square. Pope Francis begged for peace in Ukraine once again. He asked Russia for an Easter truce, posing the question, what kind of victory plants a flag on a pile of rubble? This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code CLASSIC3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, looking here at JS checking in, headed to Central and South Texas. It's supposed to be a rough day today. They're calling for 90 degrees in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Ed, watching you in Auckland Island, Philippines. Boracay Island? All right, great to have you on board there, Ed. Thanks for tuning us in. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive, folks. 37 at this hour, Beulahville, North Carolina. Ed said, I actually saw you at the truck show. All right. Here's Steve, Glasgow, Montana, checking in this morning. Hello to Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew at the Home 20 tonight. Who else on board? Several folks saying happy birthday to young Colton, which I'm not sure if he's on spring break this week or not. I know my grandkids are actually off the entire week, then through the Easter weekend, so it's spring break for the youngsters. I'm sure they're thrilled about that. Hello to Jan, Greenville, South Carolina, checking in. And, all right, some of the folks chatting back and forth. Anyway, let me get back to Rainmaker. Thanks for hanging in there. That's a crazy story there out of D.C. I mean, the big question, what was their ultimate plans? What were they conspiring to do? If they were like trying to infiltrate and get Secret Service agents in their back pocket? I mean, who knows? Could it have been some sort of an assassination plot? Or what the hell was just going on?
Yeah, it really does. It needs to really, this story needs to spread like wildfire. And I'm hoping that all your listeners will send copies. People start talking about that way. The news media do not turn a blind eye like they turned a blind eye to Hunter Biden's laptop and all these other stories. Because the thing that's been done from previous things, from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, Clinton, a lot of stuff is treason, what they've done to our country, And these two people are U.S. native citizens. They said they're citizens of the United States. But one's like a Pakistani, and the other one's Iranian, which we have a lot of Iranian and Pakistani people living here. But, were they born in America or did they immigrated here? And then, with our border being wide open, we don't know who's coming across that border now. Yep. It could be more people to fulfill some kind of plot that these two are starting to hatch for the Iran, And I think Joe Biden and laughing Kamala need to be removed ASAP, when is enough for people to say, hey, this has to stop? Because the crime in America is out of control because of the Democrats, and now we've got terrorists doing who knows what. And nobody's going to talk about this story. But we need to set this story on fire. So I'm hoping that your listeners will do that, okay?
Thank you for sharing. I mean, I got all your emails this past day. Oh, yeah. How's the weather there in Thailand this morning? What are we looking at?
It's hot, man. It's like almost up to 100 now.
Wow.
And the pollution, I guess, it's terrible. Skies are hazy, buddy.
Well, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. Rainmaker in Thailand. All right. Hello to Doc. And happy birthday to Doc Holliday. Today, he said, today makes 46 years on the road, 6 million miles. Today, I turned 64. I've traveled every state several times over. I've seen a lot, and I'm still trucking. God has been great to me. Jesus has been my hand on the wheel. People ask, when will I retire? Probably when they pry my stone-cold fingers from the wheel. The highway is my home. My family is my heart. So for now, roll on another 1,000,000 miles. I'll just keep on trucking. Happy birthday, Doc. Hope you had a good day there. I know he was on vacation most of last week out there fishing, sharing videos. And this guy eats oysters like no one I've ever known. I mean, he'll sit down and eat 2-3 dozen of the damn things, raw oysters. But he loves them. All right, then hello to Billy the Kid. He said, Steve, just wanted to drop you a line, let you know, and all the overnight cast, that I'm going to be running days starting Monday. I was able to land an awesome dedicated lane, and I'll be solar powered for probably at least the next 18 months. I will be listening into the podcast, but I won't be able to chime in live for a while. Everybody stay safe and have a great show. All right, well, enjoy day number 1 there on the new gig. Congratulations on that designated run. Now, of course, talking about weather-wise, this is from the Weather Boy, I believe. And he says, a long-duration winter storm across a broad portion of the western and central northern states, with blizzard conditions also expected. Even though the calendar says it's April, major to extreme winter storm impacts are possible, stretching from Oregon and Washington to Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and northwestern Minnesota. This storm could bring heavy snow to the Cascades through Monday, then the northern Intermountain West through the northern plains, Monday night into Tuesday, Wednesday, and even Thursday. According to the National Weather Service, a combination of heavy snow, strong wind gust will produce blizzard conditions from the eastern slopes of the northern Rockies across the northern plains. You know, while it is spring, this winter storm has the potential to produce power outages, tree damage, hazardous to impossible driving conditions. I mean, this type of winter storm can also be devastating to livestock, especially calves and lambs. Whereas, it's that time of year where they're talking about several feet of snow in some areas. Anyway, the National Weather Service urging people in states forecast to be impacted by this major storm take necessary precautions to protect life and property. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Trust you had a good weekend.
Indeed, yes, did have a good weekend.
All right. So anyways, hey, I sent you a dash cam video there from CDL Life there. You probably caught it on that yourself there, but
yes,
the guy running looked like a Peterbilt with a big hood out in front of him, and he was rolling along pretty easy in that snow, and that 81 northbound where that pileup was there a couple weeks ago, and the right lane was kind of clear. You could see to the down onto the highway. Left lane had some snow on it, and looked like he was rolling along at a pretty safe pace, and he had a four-wheeler pass on the snowy lane and went on by and kind of got out of sight up into the foggy snow that they were in. And next thing you know, they all come up, and you're starting to see, vehicles that have been in an accident. And he was able to stay in the left lane and left shoulder and get by a lot of what was going on. And there was vehicles stopped on the right, and there was one truck off into the trees on the left. And he was kind of moseying along, and you get to a spot where both lanes are open, and he stayed in the left lane. And heck, there's some guy in a four-wheel drive pickup decides to come whipping around him, probably twice, 3 times the speed he was going at least, and maybe even 4 times the speed he was going. And he just, right in the middle of all that mess, it's like, well, what are people thinking that they're doing that? And then at the end of the video, he's almost up alongside another truck that stopped. He had no lights on the trailer when he come up at the back end of the trailers, no lights. And if you start watching the wheels start turning, and he's starting to leave wheel tracks on the ground. You can't really tell the truck's moving from the video, but you can see the wheel tracks starting, and the guy just turns left right in front of him. I'm like, what? And that was another truck driver, and it's like, what is this all about? You wonder why there's wrecks. Well, if you look at how people were driving just in that short little video, it's like, don't even have to be high speed, and you're going to be, somebody's going to crash into you. It's just unbelievable that, in that type of situation where there's already, you know, multiple vehicles that have had accidents, stopped in the highway, and people are still driving like that. But but anyway,
I mean, he gave. I mean, he was explaining pretty clear. I mean, for the years that he's been out there on the road, off in the distance, I guess you could see there was a snow squall ahead, and he said he was doing about 60, I guess, at the time, and he said, I know what happens when you get in these snow squalls. You can't see. So he dropped his speed down, I guess, what he said, 30-something miles per hour. And that's why he was able to actually navigate and get through all those piled up vehicles there.
I was just in disbelief of what went on after he got into all that. You know, that other pickup driving by him, and then that other truck just pull right off from. He was actually in the right driving lane, and decided it's just time to go. So I'm just going to go and just cut him right off. It's like you're in the bad weather. You know, you can't just pull up. But I don't know. So anyways, I guess the major reason I called there was I had an answer for Heatwave's question. And the answer to Heatwave's question is no. No, I don't. When I used to pull tow-away vehicles there, for the most part, everything I had there was preppers. People had them prepped. They were staged, ready to go. So I had absolutely no reason to look on the inside. I checked the tires underneath. If they needed air, needed to be put back on the bead, you know, need to be changed, whatever, you know, that, you know, I made sure of. Hung my lights, hung my transport tag, and, you know, hooked up my electrical system, made sure the brakes worked, and it was, other than that, it was down the road you go, drop them off at the other end. Maybe be in a mobile home, but he said they had been parked in a secured lot. So that meant somebody had to transport it to that secured lot, more than likely. That there'd really been no reason for anybody to enter it because it had already been under highway transport. So it shouldn't have had anything changed. You know, it shouldn't have had anything loose put inside, or refrigerator or other appliances put in. It should just been sitting there waiting, ready to go. So more than likely, if that transport driver, you know, the towaway driver would have come in and backed underneath, hooked up the ball and gone and just made sure that, you know, if it had lights on it, when he hooked the electrical system up, the lights worked, tires were good, and then down the road you go, make the delivery. So yeah, probably there was no reason for anybody to go inside if, you know, unless it looked like somebody had actually, you know, physically done something to, you know, do that. But, you know, sometimes things get worked on, and, you know, as I say, they have prep people that come out and do things when they're in staging areas and waiting to go, or so anyways, as a transport driver, you really, you know, you don't really get inside a lot of those things. Mostly what I did was the office trailers. So they were, I mean, they went from being broke down on one site and went back to a staging yard, and when they needed to get going out to the next job, they, as I say, they need to have a prepper come out and get them ready there. Or a lot of times we just hook them back up and take them from that staging yard and take them right back out to the next job site. And then the preppers would take care of them there. And if they were multi-units, and they'd connect them all together to make the big buildings out of them. Heck, we had some we took out that were anywhere from 20 to 28 sections there, 12 to 14 feet wide. It makes a pretty good sized building when you put all them together.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyways, that's about all we got for you on that. Looks like the weather's pretty good here. You got some clear skies down to, heck, we're down around the freezing mark, right down about 33 degrees here this morning in Maryland. So I guess we'll keep wearing our coat today, at least this morning. And have we done our keyword yet for this early morning part of the day here?
Hey, you know what? It's that time, is it not? It's hour number 2. You're right.
I'm thinking. So
all right.
And I guess the other thing, were you gonna do anything, say anything about Pappy there, or what was going on, or where are we at with that?
Oh, I mentioned that a little bit ago. Did you miss that?
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
No, I must have missed it. I must have been out there taking my cigarette break on the propane loading rack there, having a relaxing time, not paying attention to the show.
I did bring that up. Yep. Give, send, go. It's overnight drive for Pappy. That's the place.
All right. Very good, then. We'll be got our ears tuned in for this keyword there. Hey, speaking of that, where do they announce the winners there? I haven't heard anybody who's won. Which one of our listeners has gotten $1,000?
They announce it at like the noon hour each day on the tncradio.live, is my understanding. And they have not forwarded not forwarded me a link to the names of any winners at this point.
All right. Well, that explains that, because normally I'm not any place to listen at noon, and I don't know. Can you get? I don't know if you can get a replay of them at noontime. Can you? I don't know. So I'll have to look into that. All right. Very good. We'll be listening for this one, though.
Thank you very much. And you know what? Let me take care of that before I forget. Yeah, here you go. Your chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Yeah, you'll just go to tncradio.live. Here is your keyword. So we're up to Monday morning, right? Week number 2, Monday. Keyword number 1 is fly. F-L-Y, fly. There you go. Enter that keyword now at tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. There's your keyword number 1. Back in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. It is 844-844-3388. What else we got going on here? Hey, did you know you can get arrested for putting those little stickers of Joe Biden, which this is the trend that's been occurring around the country for the last several months. The I did that stickers. Pennsylvania man fed up with rising gas prices, arrested after he put those stickers on the pumps. The finger pointing Joe Biden, I did that. The protest that's gaining traction around the country. 54-year-old Thomas Richard Glazewski arrested after a confrontation with police that was caught on video and shared on social media by over 3,000 people as of this past day. The video shows him being tackled by cops at a Turkey Hill convenience store in East Hempfield Township, according to Lancaster Online. Now, Glazewski made it even more difficult to remove the stickers after spraying the surface with clear coat, according to an employee there. Now, he was charged with resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, harassment, and criminal mischief last Monday. He is due back in court for a preliminary hearing on April the 26th. But yeah, the I did that sticker has popped up all over the country as the gas prices soar, kind of similar to the Let's Go Brandon chants that swept many states, people showing their displeasure with the Democratic Party. One Alabama gas station employee said last month that he regularly peels off the stickers from the fuel pumps. He said, I take off 5 or 6 a day from our different pumps. The Boston Herald reported that the stickers last year, when prices were only $3.50 per gallon, well, Sunday the average price was hovering around $4.10. But again, he made it more difficult to remove the stickers because he sprayed the clear coat on them. They say a pack of 100 of these 3-inch high stickers cost anywhere from $10 to $13 on Amazon. It's really been ramping up for several months. According to one who's been selling the I Did That stickers on his online store, as well as his physical store in El Monte, California. But in this last month alone, once the gas prices really started going up, he says, I'm getting bulk sales. Yeah, 3 times more than it was before. I mean, before adding, he was getting anywhere from 20 to 30 individual orders a day to as much as 80 per day now. Patriot Products, an online shop run out of Oklahoma, also has seen a spike in sales. Over the past weeks, they've noticed an increase of organic sales, meaning I'm not having to do advertising. People are just buying them. 53% of respondents to an ABC News poll says they do not approve of the president's leadership while trying to navigate the brutal invasion of Eastern Europe. Gas prices, which had already been rising due to inflation, surged, of course, when Putin ordered the attack on Ukraine February 24. All right, news update time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Anche far cessare una guerra di cui non si vede la fine.
Pope Francis has opened Holy Week with a call for an Easter truce in Ukraine. He celebrated Palm Sunday Mass before a large crowd at St. Peter's Square. Ukraine's top prosecutor says she's now investigating 5,600 cases of war crimes in Ukraine. Reporting on those cases, here's Eileen McHugh on the BBC.
Ukraine's Prosecutor General says the bodies of more than 1,200 people have been found in the Kiev region since Russian forces withdrew from the area. Irina Venediktova told a British broadcaster that Russian forces were killing Ukrainians every day in areas they controlled. She said Ukraine had identified more than 500 suspected war criminals, including top military and government officials in Russia.
This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
More people in Washington are coming down with COVID-19.
Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack is the latest federal official to test positive for COVID-19. He tweeted that he is vaccinated and boosted and that his symptoms are mild. He was among dozens who attended the annual Gridiron Club dinner last week who tested positive. That count includes Attorney General Merrick Garland, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, and Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff of California and Joaquin Castro of Texas. Officials who did not attend the dinner are testing positive as well, including Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive recently.
One of the organizers of the Stop the Steal movement, Ali Alexander, says he's cooperating with the House committee investigating the January 6 riots at the Capitol. In a statement, he said he's innocent of any wrongdoing and is cooperating with the panel. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
Officials report there's been a massive drug bust in Los Angeles.
In what's being described by Orange County, California as its largest drug bust in about 16 years, authorities say they've recovered roughly 1,000 pounds of drugs after pulling over a minivan last month. According to a press release by the Orange County DA's office, Buena Park Police recovered over 800 pounds of meth, nearly 190 pounds of cocaine, and about 20 pounds of fentanyl. Orange County DA Todd Spreitzer explains just how deadly fentanyl can be.
20 pounds that we recovered can kill half of New York City, half of Los Angeles, and Orange County, California, my county, 1.5 times. It's cheap, it's manufactured in China, it's imported and then processed in Mexico.
Former President Trump has endorsed television personality Dr. Oz in his campaign to fill the Senate seat in Pennsylvania, vacated by retiring Senator Patrick Toomey. Trump's endorsement was posted on Twitter by his spokeswoman, Liz Harrington. In his endorsement, Trump noted that Oz is pro-life and very strong on crime. English rock band Pink Floyd has released new music for the first time in 28 years. Proceeds from the project, titled Hey Hey Rise Up, will help with humanitarian relief in Ukraine amid its ongoing conflict with Russia. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. Here we go. Monday. Wally said, that sucks. I missed the keyword. Fly, Wally, fly. F-L-Y. There's your keyword from last hour. Got another keyword coming up here in our final hour this Monday morning. All right, racing season underway. Had a lot of Hot Shots Secret sponsored racers out and about on the tracks this past weekend. Kyle will be heading out here in a few days. It's a big one coming up next weekend. Hot Shot Secret will be in attendance as the title sponsor of the Battle on the Asphalt. It'll be Friday and Saturday, US 60 Dragway, Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Kyle explains this is a big one organized by fellow Hotshot Secret dealer and sponsored racer Quinn Sherman from Quinn's Classic Chassis Shop. So here it is, old school style no prep racing, where they launch with a flashlight start. But the who's who of no prep racing will be in the field, including many Hotshot Secret sponsored racers. Yeah, as of last week, the lock-ins were still coming in from around the country and already have one of the largest fields of racers in no prep history. Over 60 small tires already locked in, over 50 big tire cars locked in. So a lot of cash will be up for grabs. 3 classes competing: hard tire, small tire, and big tire. All right, so big weekend there. US 60 Dragway, about an hour southwest of Louisville. Again, Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Stop by. See Kyle, I believe he's going to have old Diesel Dan with him down in Hardinsburg this upcoming weekend. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Yeah, good morning, Pappy. How was your weekend?
Going good, Steve. It's over now, right, though?
Just like that.
So that was fly me to the moon. Let me dance amongst the stars, right?
Yes, sir. Fly like an eagle.
6 million miles is what you said Doc chalked up in his career.
Yes, Doc
so
Holliday, 6 million miles.
Holy moly, Steve. You realize that's 12 round trips to the moon and back?
I didn't realize
with
that.
Enough left over to make a couple trips around this planet.
Wow.
Man, congratulations to him, man. That's up there with Monkey Gouger, man. So let me get this straight. These cops tackled this guy to the ground for putting these stickers on these gas pumps.
What is the charge? Is that defacing property or something? Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah, it's like criminal mischief, Steve. It's like a maximum of 60 days or something. You know, not for this guy, though. Not for him. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. He better take it to a jury trial, man. If he gets found guilty by a liberal judge, they will make it a 10-year sentence. You know what I'm saying?
And, I mean, for what? For the resisting arrest kind of thing and all that, or?
Yeah, it just blows my mind. I mean, come on, man. I don't even know what to say about that, Steve. I know what to say about this, though. There's some Secret Service agents that are in some deep doo-doo.
All right, but these 2 guys infiltrate, because if you're accepting gifts, and especially the guy that was living rent-free in a penthouse, and I mean, that's a
big no-no.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a big no-no.
You're compromised.
No. Yes, sir. You know, how these guys were able to pass themselves on as Homeland Security. Wow. Or, and these Secret Service agents bought it. And, Steve, we're not, talking like a gift card, to Skyline, man. We're talking some major cash that these guys were accepting. Man, I got a feeling they ain't gonna have a job much longer. And yeah, like I was saying, who was that called in that sent you all them links and everything?
Rainmaker, they're in Thailand.
Rainmaker, yeah. Well, what are these guys up to? They're U.S. citizens, but where they're from, Steve, that really makes you think, what the hell is going on? What kind of information did they really get? Were they, these Secret Service agents just running their mouths to them? Mm-hmm. Who knows, man? trying to find out her itinerary and where she's going to here and then and that. What? I don't know. Man. Bongino talked about it a little bit on his show, and he said something. Anybody that works law enforcement, I forget what he called these people. We call them wannabes. There's people out here that want to be cops for whatever reason, but they can't. They got something on the record, and we got one guy out here. I've dealt with him. I haven't seen him in a while, but man, Steve, he had these scanners in his car. He had a little yellow light, that he could plug into a cigarette lighter, a little magnet mount, like a little Starsky and Hutch, and put that thing on the top of his car. All these scanners and antennas and CBs, and he wanted to be, in fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of the guys on third shift popped him for impersonating a police officer. Every once in a while you hear about it in the news, somebody getting hit for impersonating a police officer. And,
right.
So I don't know if that was I can't buy it though in this situation. I just don't buy that. I mean, the amount of money that they were spending on these Secret Service agents, that doesn't sound like just some wannabe.
And like Rainmaker said, who was footing the bill? Who was putting up the cash for all this stuff? I mean, because obviously, if they're giving them this penthouse rent free, somebody's paying for the penthouse.
Yeah, I mean, where are these guys really working, though, Steve? I mean, what are they doing? You're right. Where are they getting money? If they're not working and they're playing cop full time and they're not really collecting a paycheck, where's this money coming from? Is it coming from overseas?
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Boy, this is a black eye to the Secret Service, man. Now, the FBI will do the investigation on this. They fall under the jurisdiction. Anytime there's any kind of breach in the Secret Service, they give it to the FBI. They don't want to have their own internal affairs investigated. They want an outside agency doing it. It falls under the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
And we know all about the FBI nowadays, too. So. Yeah, the other thing, Steve, real quick, I'll get off here. January 6th trials. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty on all charges. There was a couple trials that were hung juries, right? But the prosecutors are failing to get any convictions, Steve. And like the one caller said, it's coming out in the trial that the FBI was involved in this thing, this setup on these guys. And nothing in the mainstream media. Nothing. Boy, this is going to put a hurting on their Nancy Pelosi's little January 6th inquiry. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I mean, the judge, I shared the story that you forwarded to me last Friday morning where the judge says, hey, I mean, looking at the video, the cops, at least in this one particular entrance, were just saying, come on in.
Yes. Yeah, there was one entrance. I'm not sure what side of the building it was, if it was a back or side door. But they showed Capitol Police, uniformed Capitol Police, kind of standing there, and these people just walking in like they're visitors. Just, come on in, check the place out. Yeah, but Steve, this, from what I understand, the way this went down, this conspiracy to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And along with that, Steve, they were supposed to storm the capital of Michigan, right? And the way it was looking, it was like, was this a prelude to what was supposed to happen on January 6th? The FBI is trying to set up this thing to go down. big trial run for the big day on January 6th, so to speak. You know, I don't know. Don't know, but
well, then they're saying like
hey,
you
listen,
mentioned the Michigan thing, right? Where the kidnapping the governor Whitmer or whatever. They're the FBI. They're saying pretty much it was they had pretty much set those guys up too.
Yes, I forget how many they said were 12 informants, along with several actual FBI agents that were involved in this. Entrapment of these guys.
Yep.
You know, conning them into doing this. That's, we need to clean house big time, Steve. I mean, come November, clean house. FBI, the swamp, CIA, everybody, just clean house, man. That's all I can say. But hey, real quick, listen, man, I appreciate what you done, Steve. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm humbled by it. I consider you a personal friend, and all your listeners that listen to this show, the Overnight Drive family is, these are some of the finest people on the planet, Steve. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I appreciate it. I'm just humbled by it. And I appreciate everything you and your listeners
if you don't mind,
and my little girl, man.
We did converse over the weekend when had several guys on the line. I mean, you mentioned there was another 15-year-old that was in the car with her, and he was hurt pretty badly too, right?
Yes, sir. When I found out you went ahead and set this up, and for me to get in there to actually approve it, I thought to myself, it would make me feel a little better, with this whole account thing, that there was a 15-year-old boy, a good friend of hers, that was in the car with her, and he suffered a broken neck and a brain injury, not as bad as hers also, but he was in the hospital for a month. And it's my understanding, one of her cousins seen him walking out of the high school just maybe about a week ago, and he still had a neck brace on. So I was thinking, man, it would be nice to, that family probably lost some work too. It'd be nice to make me feel better as, maybe taking a portion of that and helping that family out too.
Right.
It would kind of make me feel better, for what everybody's doing for me and my daughter. So maybe at least I could do for this family too. So I appreciate it.
Fair enough. All right. Well, have a great morning there, Pappy, and we'll chat again.
Yes, sir. Be safe, everyone.
All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Chevy guy on the line, after that's clear lines. So plenty of room for you. Here on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a lot of folks talking about the displeasure with the prices at the pump. Nearly a third of Americans, just over 30%, say they're having to cut back on grocery spending to afford putting gas in the tank, according to the Quinnipiac University survey. Yeah, Americans report continuously feeling frustrated with high gas prices. Over 1 in 4 Americans blame the Biden's economic policies as most responsible. Poll found similar numbers of independent voters agreeing Biden's policies are most to blame. Those numbers, of course, stand as a contrast to Washington Democrats arguing that this is because of Putin's policies. It's a Putin price hike. Quinnipiac University polling analyst asks, what is more responsible when topping off the tank hurts? A raging war from Moscow or an economic policy constructed in D.C.? More Americans say the blame falls on answer number 2. Conditions are particularly harsh in California, where average prices have topped $6 a gallon in L.A. last month. Now, the statewide average is still well above $5 per gallon, but the governor there proposing a $400 debit card per registered vehicle to try and ease the pain at the pump. And, of course, with the high prices causing desperation, incidents of gas theft and siphoning in the country's most expensive state have spilled over into neighboring Nevada now. Prices in Nevada have consistently remained above $5 per gallon there. Gas prices not the only thing on fire. A Republican congressional candidate running in Minnesota's 5th District says Democrats and the media are gaslighting voters too. There are certain issues that don't lend themselves well to political gaslighting, where even the most compliant legacy media outlets cannot launder the Democrats' talking points. Inflation is one of those issues. When the money in your wallet is worth less today than it was yesterday, that can have devastating psychological as well as financial consequences. No amount of gaslighting is going to change that reality, he says. All right, rolling up on 25 past the hour. So Chevy Guy was there, and maybe he had to get out of the truck to do something, but maybe ring us back when you get an opportunity there, Chevy Guy, at 844-844-3388. What else in the mix here? Let's see. Hey, Steve, we're Hotshot Secrets on the road. It's Diesel Dawn, not Diesel Dan. Diesel Dawn. I apologize. Yes, it's Diesel Dawn that will be on the road with Kyle this upcoming weekend. Thank you for the correction. Some people questioning, why? Elon Musk announcing this past day, after last week becoming Twitter's biggest shareholder, said he's decided not to join the board. That was just coming down late this past evening. Musk, who calls himself a free speech absolutist, has been quite critical of Twitter, but he now has a 9.1% stake and said he plans to bring about significant improvements on the social media platform. His appointment to the board was supposed to become effective on Saturday and would have prevented him from being a beneficial owner of more than 14.9% of common stock. But Elon shared that he will no longer be joining the board for whatever reason. He says, I believe this is for the best. We have and will always value input from our shareholders, whether they're on the board or not. Elon is our biggest shareholder. We will remain open to his input. Now, Elon limited his response to a face with a hand over mouth emote on Twitter. Tesla didn't immediately respond to an email sent to the company asking for comment from Musk. But when the news came out last week of his taking the board seat, some Twitter employees were panicking over the future of their ability to, quote, they used the word moderate content. What it really is Twitter employees are panicking over the fact of what they will be able to censor, how much content they would be able to censor. Now, before he took that larger stake, he ran a Twitter poll, Elon did, asking do you believe Twitter adheres to the principle of free speech? One day after becoming the largest shareholder, he launched another poll asking users if they'd like to have an edit button added to Twitter, a long-awaited feature that the social media platform has been working on, but for whatever reason, opting not to take a seat on the board. Not exactly sure why, but all right, we'll get our news break ahead here. Horse Feathers back on the line. Room for you at 844-3388. And we do have industry headlines to get to. OIDA giving us an update. OOIDA had plenty to address during a busy week of news for the trucking industry. Of course, last week, the President and Transportation Secretary Buttigieg offering an update to their trucking action plan on the White House lawn, in case you missed that. During their address, both Biden and Buttigieg applauding the truckers for their contributions to the national economy. But so again, we'll give you updates here for what you may have missed. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A new Russian military commander has been placed in charge as the war in Ukraine continues. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Reports we're seeing of a change in military leadership and putting a general in charge who is responsible for the brutality and the atrocities we saw in Syria shows that there's going to be a continuation of what we've already seen on the ground in Ukraine, and that's what we are expecting.
She spoke on Fox News Sunday. She said the U.S. plans to continue providing military assistance as Ukraine braces for more conflict. For the first Palm Sunday since the outbreak of COVID, thousands of people gathered around St. Peter's Square. Pope Francis begged for peace in Ukraine once again. He asked Russia for an Easter truce, posing the question, what kind of victory plants a flag on a pile of rubble? This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen. You can put one in the living room. You can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Put in my promo code Classic3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code Classic3 and you'll also get free shipping. The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, again, welcome in on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Good to have you on board. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. One of the items that was discussed at our quarterly meeting was Hotshot Secret products. Let's see, I'm not sure exactly what we've got. Obviously, probably the Stiction Eliminator. I'm not sure if it's the FR3, but Walmart stores have recently added Hotshot, some of the products to their shelves. And as they were given the update, I believe they're in like 3,400 locations around the country now. So, sales started soft but have been growing. I think they're selling like $40,000 a week at Walmart stores and looking to grow those numbers. So, it was a lot of positive numbers that were shared with us at the quarterly meeting there on Friday. Now, back to the update here from the president and the transportation secretary. Some of the issues that they were talking about during the address last week was the implementation of the Truck Lease Task Force to combat predatory lease agreements. That was a very, very good move. Now, it's going to probably take several years for them to go through this whole process, but they discussed a Women of Trucking Advisory Board aimed at recruiting and retaining more women. They talked about the addition of truck parking expansion, additional career opportunities for transitioning veterans, including 100 new apprenticeship programs, and to investigate studies into detention time and driver compensation. OIDA was pleased with the inclusion of issues affecting driver retention, parking, and detention time, but we're still skeptical of the long-term effects. Jay Grimes, the Director of Federal Affairs, says the Trucking Action Plan is kind of a mixed bag of policies intended to improve jobs and employment opportunities, and so we applaud the addition of truck parking to the plan, and we agreed that the lack of parking across the country is about more than just inconvenience. We're also pleased that the DOT has started gathering information on critical issues like detention time and driver compensation. While we are pleased with the direction of action plan, actions speak louder than words. Is it just that? Action is now what we're calling for. Like I said last week, you get a lot of talk out of D.C. That's always the case. Anyway, the update indicates significant progress in establishing apprenticeship programs and plenty of help funding-wise for states to expedite CDLs, but we have yet to really see any sort of substantial actions that can help keep new or current drivers in the industry long term. One such action that could have long-term effects is addressing detention time. We continue to push for a repeal of the overtime exemption in the Fair Labor Standards Act so drivers will be compensated for all their time. So over the next 18 months to 2 years, the DOT plans to conduct these studies on detention and general driver compensation. See, but as I said, so you're 18 months, 2 years out before they even begin to really see some action. Although this is a step forward to have detention time be part of the conversation, the administration's approach is going to be a slow crawl to ever actually get something done. So following the address, Todd Spencer joined Marketplace to discuss the impact detention times having on drivers in the industry as a whole. He was very direct when underscoring just how detrimental it is to the supply chain. And I quote, "It's a monumental problem in terms of driver satisfaction, but in the bigger picture, it undermines the efficiency of the entire supply chain." And they did also throw in their support for the now officially, in case you missed it late last week, the formally nominated Robin Hutchison to become the administrator of the FMCSA. Apparently, she was actually there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show and had an opportunity for some folks had a chance to speak with her. And when I spoke to Louis Pugh, the executive vice president of OOIDA, he said she did seem very keen and open-minded, listening to the concerns that the drivers shared during some of the forums they had there at the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, since he was able to get back through, let me jump to Chevy Guy next. Bump him up here. Thanks for calling back.
Oh, I'm sorry I dropped off. I crossed over the Savannah River into Georgia. It's South Georgia tonight. No, I made my decision. I mean, I've been watching, they had clips of The View attacking Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham, saying that they were pro-Russian, because what they're trying to explain and express is, be careful about getting involved in this, because some of the people that are being victimized right now are just as bad as the Russians. I mean, it's what they'll do to each other is amazing. We just unacceptable, but it's a power struggle. And somebody said that missile could have been done by the Ukrainians themselves. We always got to remember that there are Ukrainians that are pro-Russian separatists. It's like they're going through their own civil war. But how do you work this out? You just look at who's right, who's wrong, and all I can see is even if those were actors laying in the street along them burned out Russian military equipment, any way you look at it, it's the Ukrainians trying to gain support for their war against Russians. But the bottom line is number one, Russia is in their country. They're not in Russia, and Russia has taken the Crimea, took the southern half of their country, and have been occupying it for since Obama's time. So I'm sorry, if you got to pick who's right or who's wrong, I can understand the Ukrainians doing everything they possibly can to try to get the world to come to their side. And old Putin, he don't seem to be helping himself out at all. Because I don't get how anybody could think that they're going to get ahead by leaving a bunch of civilians dead, babies dead. And, he's supposedly going in there denazification. Well, the president of Ukraine is Jewish. Obviously, the troops weren't welcomed, and according to some of their cell phones and everything, that they said we thought we'd be welcomed as liberators. Mm-hmm. But you can see that the Russians are angry because they passed out weapons to the citizenry, and you can see, well, when the citizenry starts shooting at them, they're going to shoot back at them. But yeah, it's I think Tucker Carlson and the rest of them is saying the truth. Be careful getting involved in this mess, because it may not work out the way we want. But I do understand this. It may come down to it, I mean, there's only so much you can do. China's watching this stuff really, really closely. Now, I was wrong, thank God, but I thought China would move on Taiwan at the same time that Russia moved in. But it's still, they're building it up. They're saying they're building up their nuclear arsenal. So they're watching what we're doing, and as long as we ain't doing it, let's put it this way, as long as Biden's in office, we are under a threat. If we get, let's say Trump gets back in office, they're not going to want Trump in there. So that's what we got to look forward to. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and thank God that y'all got this thing set up for Pappy, and we ain't telling him how to spend it. It's spend it the way he needs to spend it, and that's cool. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Good to hear
Chevy
from you.
Guy.
Out. There you go. And it's 844-844-3388. We'll return in 2 here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, that along the lines of, you're hearing more and more in the news about food shortages. Obviously, the impact on wheat. U.S. having to pick up where the Ukraine, the fields aren't being planted. I mean, how can you work the fields when you're in the midst of a war? And the amount of food products that are exported to other European countries. I see here closer to home, and is this just the beginning of what we're going to be talking about? Shortages of this, shortages of that. Walgreens announced on Friday they're going to limit customers to 3 infant and toddler formula purchases at a time. Like we're talking about baby formula. As shortages brought on primarily by the COVID supply chain issues continues to get worse. They noted that the company is the second largest drugstore chain in the United States behind CVS. They have more than 9,000 locations, along with the supply issues. The baby formula shortage apparently was compounded after severe weather in the South created some delivery disruptions for distributors. There was a recall of several Abbott formula products over a possible bacterial infection that didn't help either. Nearly 30% of the top-selling baby formula products are out of stock in U.S. stores as of mid-March. up from about 11% in November. According to the research from Data Assembly, they surveyed 11,000 stores. Yeah, we've been tracking it over time, and it's going up dramatically right now. We see this category as being affected by economic conditions more dramatically than others. So right now, yeah, mom's having a very difficult time finding baby formula. On top of we've had shortages of this, shortage. Have they got anything? Anything got better on the dog and the cat food? Yeah, empty shelves. Now, some specific states are worse than others. In Connecticut, Hawaii, Iowa, Louisiana, Maryland, North and South Dakota, even Texas, over 40% of baby formula products are out of stock. In the state of Minnesota, that was over 50% of products out of stock. Wow. The Infant Nutrition Council updating their website to address concerns caused by the shortage of these products, emphasizing steps that they and the producers are taking to try and tackle the issue. Manufacturers have increased production, and we're working with retailers to help ensure availability. But they also plead for parents to please do not unnecessarily stockpile the product of baby formula so that all parents can obtain the formula they need. But you know the mindset in this country, as soon as someone says shortage or rationing, everybody goes out and buys it all up. And you look back at the toilet paper, the paper towel shortages. Yeah, look back at recall the Colonial Pipeline when it was hacked. And they were having a shortage of gasoline there in the Southeast. They said, please, people, just purchase gas like you normally would. No. Everybody filling up the tank, and they're coming in with 10 5-gallon cans in the back of their pickup truck, hoarding. It's like, come on. All right, just so you know, hello, horse feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Well, they just shot themselves in the foot then if they didn't want people to go out and buy it, because you didn't announce it on major radio and television networks or put it on social media, because now you've just told everybody that everybody else is going to go out there hoarding, and so you better get out there and get it yourself, or else there ain't going to be any for you. But my question is here, now I got two because of this story. My question is for you about the baby food deal. Isn't there an organic, natural way to alternate food supply for the baby formula?
AKA breastfeeding, mother's milk? Yes.
Doesn't mom come with 2 spigots?
Yes, she does.
Yeah. There you go. I probably shouldn't have said it that way, should I? It's probably, damn truck drivers, just totally uncouth, you know? you think you get a better class of callers to call you in instead of saying something goofy like that on there. But anyways, here's the most serious question there that everybody listening to you should have asked when you read that story about California going to be wanting to send out $400 stimulus checks to every registered vehicle.
Right.
Are they going to the ones that are propelled by electricity? I mean, are the electric vehicles going to get a $400 stimulus check to support the diesel generator that's making the electricity to charge their vehicle? Or how's all this working here? I know we gave all that money to California to bail them out after they were, bankrupt and all that, but this is crazy the way they give money away.
I'm not sure how the registration forms work. If you have an automobile registered, does it determine on the registration electric or internal combustion engine?
Well, I'm not sure about Maryland. I don't even pay that much attention to it. I know in New York it used to list how many cylinders you had in your vehicle. So if you had an 8-cylinder or 6-cylinder or 4-cylinder vehicle, it normally stated that on the registration. So I'm not sure if California does or not. So maybe but it would have been nice if they differentiated and said, to all, internal combustion engine vehicles registered in the state of California instead of just registered vehicles,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just tell the whole story instead of part of the story or something there, But I could see California giving out $400 gasoline stimulus checks to the people with electric cars. You know, it wouldn't be beyond them to do something like that. So, anyways, that's about all we had going for you there, so we'll see what else we come up with for the rest of the night there. Maybe one thing I'll say is the traffic seems to be a little heavier tonight out here on the highway.
Really?
Normally on a Monday morning. So
yeah.
So maybe your callers, maybe you'll have a few more callers out there than normal, but there seems to be a lot more traffic than normal for a Monday morning out here.
Interesting.
So anyways, hey, with that, we'll let you get going there and get on with the show there.
Very good. Thank you much. Based on the the caller volume, it's a typical Sunday night into a Monday morning. All's quiet on the Western Front, as they say. All right, let me give you an advisory. Be forewarned. Multiple state police agencies are partnering for a 2-day high-visibility traffic enforcement effort. Guess it was actually over the weekend, right? So you're not being forewarned, you're being post-warned. I mean, the entire I-95 corridor from Maine to Florida. From Delaware all the way down to the Sunshine State. Remember the scenario, the video back in the winter months, the snowplow driver that was actually throwing the snow and the slush over the median barrier wall into the oncoming traffic that damaged a whole bunch of vehicles. I think 18 people were actually injured by that. The snowplow driver will not be charged, according to the report. Last week, a grand jury declining to indict the snowplow driver on charges of inducing panic and aggravated vehicular assault. Now, the Ohio Turnpike and Infrastructure Commission, obviously, they fired him for engaging in grossly negligent behavior as to endanger life, property, public safety. Further, you failed to responsibly perform duties that were within the proper scope of your position as a maintenance worker, Class 2 roadway employee. It's back on January 23rd on the Ohio Turnpike. As he was driving westbound at a rather high rate of speed on the inside lane, causing the snow and the ice to actually be tossed over the median into oncoming vehicles traveling in the opposite direction. More than 50 vehicles were damaged and 18 injuries again when all was said and done. But how about that? No charges for that guy. Then lastly, a trailer and loading dock damaged by a fire caused by an improperly discarded cigarette last week. Remember the winds we were contending with, especially through the heart of the country? According to the KSNT, a trailer in the loading dock burned. Dry conditions and strong winds in the area made for dangerous fire conditions. Firefighters were urging residents to properly dispose of smoking materials in a bucket of sand or water. Now, this is going to be another one of those weeks, very reminiscent of last, with winds again through much of the central USA. More to come after this on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia has appointed a new commander in their offensive against Ukraine. Russian forces shelled more targets in the east, destroying an airport. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said on ABC, Russia is committing war crimes.
Were killed hundreds of civilians without no reasons. The women, children, old people, teenagers. It's genocide of Ukrainian.
Pope Francis has opened Holy Week with a call for an Easter truce in Ukraine. He celebrated Palm Sunday Mass before a large crowd at St. Peter's Square. He didn't refer directly to the Russian invasion, but repeatedly denounced the violence and the suffering happening in Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, Withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
More people in Washington are coming down with COVID-19.
Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack is the latest federal official to test positive for COVID-19. He tweeted that he is vaccinated and boosted and that his symptoms are mild. He was among dozens who attended the annual Gridiron Club dinner last week who tested positive. That count includes Attorney General Merrick Garland, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, and Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff of California and Joaquin Castro of Texas. Officials who did not attend the dinner are testing positive as well, including Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock of Georgia. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive recently.
One of the organizers of the Stop the Steal movement, Ali Alexander, says he's cooperating with the House committee investigating the January 6 riots at the Capitol. In a statement, he said he's innocent of any wrongdoing and is cooperating with the panel. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Officials report there's been a massive drug bust in Los Angeles.
In what's being described by Orange County, California as its largest drug bust in about 16 years, authorities say they've recovered roughly 1,000 pounds of drugs after pulling over a minivan last month. According to a press release by the Orange County DA's office, Buena Park Police recovered over 800 pounds of meth, nearly 190 pounds of cocaine, and about 20 pounds of fentanyl. Orange County DA Todd Spreitzer explains just how deadly fentanyl can be.
20 pounds that we recovered can kill half of New York City, half of Los Angeles, and Orange County, California, my county, 1.5 times. It's cheap, it's manufactured in China, it's imported and then processed in Mexico.
Former President Trump has endorsed television personality Dr. Oz in his campaign to fill the Senate seat in Pennsylvania, vacated by retiring Senator Patrick Toomey. Trump's endorsement was posted on Twitter by his spokeswoman, Liz Harrington. In his endorsement, Trump noted that Oz is pro-life and very strong on crime. English rock band Pink Floyd has released new music for the first time in 28 years. Proceeds from the project, titled Hey Hey Rise Up, will help with humanitarian relief in Ukraine amid its ongoing conflict with Russia. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in Monday. Here we go at the 11th day of April underway. And again, what looks to be a very active week as far as weather's concerned, severe weather. Yeah, AccuWeather headline kind of tells the tale. The greatest risk of the most significant outbreak, potentially, of tornadic activity. Yeah, throughout the upcoming week, the greatest risk we've seen so far this year. We've had some pretty nasty storm outbreaks already. Now, I mentioned there at the top of the hour, winds. Very reminiscent of what we saw last week. We already have high wind watches and advisories in place right through much of the central USA. Take you to a couple of various Weather Service offices, starting out of Dodge City, Kansas. High wind watch starting Tuesday afternoon. So 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, gusts to 60 miles per hour. So central, south central, southwest, and west central Kansas. On into Colorado, high wind watch Tuesday morning through Tuesday evening. 35 to 45 mile per hour winds with gusts to 70 miles per hour. Much of south central and southeastern Colorado, again Tuesday, windy day. Weather Service office in Norman, Oklahoma. High wind watch from Tuesday afternoon through the evening, where you'll see 25 to 35 mile per hour winds gusting to 55 miles per hour. So all this, obviously, we saw a whole bunch of overturned trucks last week with all the windy conditions. One more stop here out of Amarillo, Texas. High wind watch, 40 mile per hour winds, gust to 65 miles per hour over toward the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. Now that one starts Tuesday morning and goes on through Tuesday evening. Looking at the bigger picture, let me see here. So we've got red flag warnings from southern Arizona, pretty much the entire state of New Mexico, up into parts of Colorado, much of Nebraska. In the red flag warnings, of course, the high wind watches, high wind warnings, again, stretching from Texas through Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona. I mean, pretty much everywhere out west, central and western USA. Then you've got the winter storm watches and winter storm warnings that are already beginning to pop up, as we will see the snows beginning probably later today. Let me make a pit stop here. Let's head on out to maybe parts of Montana. Winter storm watch. All right, we're talking Tuesday morning through Wednesday afternoon. Heavy snow, 5 to 18 inches, winds to 45 miles per hour. That's in eastern portions of Montana. What else we got? From Billings, Montana. Heavy snow, 8 to 14 inches with locally higher amounts. South central and southeast Montana on into north central Wyoming from Tuesday morning through late there on Wednesday. And get on over into the Dakotas, where they're talking maybe a couple of feet of snow. Heavy snow and blizzard conditions. Winter storm watch from Tuesday morning through Thursday morning. 12 to 24 inches. Some areas could see in excess of 24 inches of accumulation. Winds up to 50 miles per hour. So we're talking nearly impossible travel conditions. Widespread blowing and significantly reduced visibility. I know AccuWeather was saying that they're forecasting some areas could see drifts, snow drifts, approaching 20 feet in some areas, if you could imagine that. All right, to the Knuckle Buster here on a Monday morning. What's going on, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Is it Monday already?
Yeah. Sad but true. Yes, it's already Monday.
Yeah, you forgot to play big moves too there, so.
Oh, no.
I'm going to slip out in after I hang up, yep. Chris hadn't hired Pinky as your driver yet?
No, he has not. No, sir.
I know you're saying thank God to that, right? Well, if you're getting in China markets there, y'all might be able to afford one of them tour buses and a driver for you there and just ride you up there in style there. I don't blame Joe Biden for the prices of the fuel. I blame the dumbasses that voted for him. He told you what he was going to do at the last debate there with Trump, and Trump just kept pointing at him and said, see there, that's what he's going to do for you. You know who they are, the way they talk, the way they act there, right? But I'm not going to retire. Why would I want to retire?
Yeah, Knucklebuster lost his cell, didn't he? Yep, boom, just like that. Hey, he'll ring us back up. I'll kind of zoom it into, even at this hour, still have some fairly definitely heavy rain, enough to cause some flash flooding in parts of northeast Oklahoma. Moving on into southwestern portions of Missouri at this hour. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, this line of storm making a beeline towards Springfield, Missouri at this hour. You've got heavy rain from Lebanon, Missouri to Springfield, back into Joplin, then on back into Oklahoma, that zone from Tulsa back to Stillwater. Pretty decent line of storms pushing through. Some of these prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, but that's going to be the concern. This is well out in advance of the big storm that's going to begin taking shape later in the day today. All right, looking at 13 past the hour. Hey, better late than never, right?
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed?
Are you with me?
Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown.
Let it roll.
Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Thank you much, Big Moose. Are you with me? All right, on a Monday morning, there you go. Yeah, the old adage, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. In this case, a 16-year-old Florida boy killed after he and a couple of his buddies were taking turns shooting each other while wearing body armor. You know, because the body armor is guaranteed, oops or not, to protect you. Joshua Vinning and Colton Whitler, both 17 years old, were arrested and are going to be tried as adults in connection with the shooting incident in Bellevue, about 70 miles northwest of Orlando, where 16-year-old Christopher Broad Jr. was killed. Now, officers say they responded to a dispatch call where they found the boy in the residence with a gunshot wound. He was taken to the hospital where he later perished. A video of the incident was recorded by another 18-year-old who was allegedly at the home at the time of the incident, and he later provided that video to law enforcement. He told police that Vinning initiated the shooting game after he produced a firearm and a bulletproof vest. He says, hey, you ever seen anyone get shot with a bulletproof vest on? Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Let's see how that works. Investigators determined that Val's statement to be true after Whitmer initially misled police, where he was trying to say, hey, my house just got shot up. My friend got shot in the chest. In a later statement, he admitted Whitler said Val shot Broad Jr. Vinning has been charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child with the firearm. Whitler has now been charged with providing false information to law enforcement. And again, both will be charged as adults. You know, it's all fun and games until somebody dies. I mean, there's no guarantee that body armor, it doesn't, I'm guessing they must have been shooting each other at, very close proximity, almost, point blank, just a few feet away kind of thing. Sad. All right, Knucklebuster was able to get back through there. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, like I said, I don't blame Biden. I blame the dumbasses that voted for him. Biden told you what he was going to do in that last debate, and Trump was sitting there, see there, listen to him. I'm not about to retire. When you quit working, you'll just die. You'll give up. Gone. I don't know who ordered this wind tunnel test, but I sure wish they'd turned it off.
Yep.
We're down here in Arkansas, go headed for Dallas there, getting blowed around there. And I don't trust anybody to do my pre-trip inspections. I do them all on my own there. Back when my daughters were teenagers, them guys I worked with, Steve Ed, won't ask me, can we come over to the house and date your daughters? I said, yeah, you can come on over and date them. You can get past that big blonde-headed woman standing on that porch there. You can date them all day long. Right? You know that wasn't going to happen. You know who John Hance is?
John Hance. Does not ring a bell.
Oh, this is a guy who was back in 1838 there. He was born in Tennessee. And after the Civil War, he traveled west and settled at the Grand Canyon there. He's buried out there in the Grand Canyon there. He became a trail builder, a guide, and provided shelter for visitors. He escorted Teddy Roosevelt down there to himself, but he kept telling all these he's got more bull on him than what I got there. He told him that he dug the canyon himself, and his horse could cross the canyon from rim to rim by galloping on the fog there. And his stories, Teddy Roosevelt dubbed him as the world's biggest liar there on Earth. So, right where a man got beat up there in Michigan by a bunch of bikers up there in this bar just because he accidentally bumped into one of them there. Yeah, you biker boys, y'all real bad dudes there. 6 of them picking on one man. So that ain't too good, Well, old Joe's at it again. He's going to release a new rule on them ghost guns. They can't make your own gun there.
I saw that, yes. Sometime later today, I think.
Yeah, well, let him go with it. Your governor, DeWine, there, he signed a bill allowing people to carry concealed firearms without a permit. I like that constitutional carry there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Old Valerie Biden Owens, she defended Hunter as a blameless victim. She blamed Trump's right-wing followers, right? I don't think so. We're all guilty of something there, right? And you can't lie to the police, not legally, but the police can legally lie to you to get information there. Well, enough of all that stuff. Let's get to the good stuff. Our Good Friday is Friday, Steve.
It is.
Well, yes, sir. Well, if the mountain was smooth, you wouldn't be able to climb it. have some faith. Forsaking all, I trust him to be who he said he was and what he said he was going to do for it. And the ultimate outcome will be grace from God as God's riches at Christ's expense there. Well, you got the cradle and Christmas, the cross on Good Friday, and then the grave by Sunday. If that grave ain't empty, Steve, it don't matter. Are you afraid of Hanks, booger bears, and spirits?
I'm not all that superstitious, not really.
Nah, I ain't either there. Well, Bible tells you that the dead can't hurt you. Only the living can physically hurt you. So,
yes, sir.
That's the truth. You know that's right. Well, Sunday's a coming. The Boy Scout motto is always be prepared. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Let's keep us Steve Summers overnight radio drive going down the road, buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Sticks and Eliminator, Everyday Diesel Treatment, overnight drive in the checkout box to get 10% discount. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive products, baseball caps, travel mugs, and t-shirts. And Steve, not every woman is this, but as a stress-creating device, not every woman is like that. But boobs are nature's stress balls, but ironically, they come attached to some of the greatest stress-creating devices known to man. So, that's all of my bull on it for today. I'm probably going to get in a bunch of damn trouble overall.
I mean, you're just every week, Tennessee, is she up listening this morning? No,
she's in the bed. She was pretty tired. I wore her out working outside like this weekend, so she's asleep tonight.
Okay.
She won't have time to listen to that podcast, so we're all good. Have a great morning, Steve.
Yeah, you better just hope. All right. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Always stirring it up, aren't you? It's 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
they had a little post-race excitement on the track there at Martinsville in the Xfinity race Friday night under the lights. Now, if you're going to get in a fist fight, the smart guy leaves his crash helmet on. Yeah, the guy that took his helmet off made a mistake. Brandon Jones took the checkered flag Friday night in Virginia, but it was the events after the race that got everybody talking when Gibbs and Mayer brawling on the track. Gibbs, the grandson of Super Bowl winning coach and NASCAR team owner Joe Gibbs, was furious over a racing maneuver from Mayer late in the race. He lost significant momentum after being forced into the wall, and Mayer appearing to shunt his car from behind on the final lap after leading most of the race. Again, Gibbs was forced to settle for an 8th place finish. Again, after being, in his mind, shoved into the wall on the last bend. They say it was a messy race from the beginning. 16 cautions and plenty of contact between the drivers. But they clashed again after the checkered flag. But this time, it was Gibbs who decided to contact Mayer face to face. Stormed out of his number 54 Toyota. Yeah, first he pushed him in the chest and, of course, exchanged a few words and some shoves. But then I guess the fists started flying. They finally went to the ground, continuing to try to get shots in. As the pit crew and race officials tried to intervene, there was a NASCAR official who was reportedly hurt in the brawl. He was taken by stretcher to a hospital. Now, Mayer, he's the one that made the mistake of taking his helmet off before the punches started to fly. He ended up with bruising to the face. I guess he's got a nice black eye to start the new week. Now, he said the two actually did speak again later, after the fight, to try and clear the air, but Mayer said, I just put the bumper to him. He came back over, and he was upset and decided to throw a couple of punches. I was just trying to get his attention, and he took it the wrong way. Snap. All right, see what's going on. Would that be Shadow Chaser this morning? Hey there.
Hey, Steve, morning. Shadow Chaser.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Hey, west on I-24, just before you get to Nashville, or about an overhead sign there about mile marker 56. But when I come down through there early this morning, it was all backed up there by west on I-24 in Nashville.
Okay.
I know what you went through there around Columbus. I went through that a few weeks ago there. A box truck hit the overpass there on I-70 there on the west side there around 270. That had that all closed up there. So I ended up getting off Wilson Avenue and going out that way to Columbus there.
All righty. Well, so I'm just assuming there was an accident there as you were coming through Nashville. Is that your best guess?
No, they found up the overhead sign. They had the whole road closed down there.
Okay. Yep.
Hey, next time I talked to Philip, I heard they got some space travelers up there in the space station.
Yes, 4 astronauts arrived over the weekend. That is correct. The first all-private astronaut team arrived over the weekend. Yes.
You have to ask Phil because he's going to be one of them next time.
I bet if he had the opportunity to take a flight, he'd probably jump all at it. He's pretty keen on that stuff. But, let me see. Got an email from Greg here a few moments ago. Hey, Steve, I'm a new listener. Found your YouTube channel while I was surfing the internet. I was just wondering, who does that song you played before the start of the show? Is that something we can download or buy from iTunes? Anyway, I work at a grocery warehouse in central Indiana. I've been listening on my way to work, and I can't help but tap my foot and sing along with your opening overnight drive song. Everybody have a great day. Now, if you're talking about the Big Moose song that we do, we have the opening theme song, and for the life of me, I can never remember the name of the guy that performed that song. That is a song that's available actually for free. I think you can catch it on YouTube and whatnot. Somebody remind me who the heck did that. And of course, the Big Moose. No, that's not on iTunes or whatever. Just maybe one of these days we'll have to put it up there. Meanwhile, thank you so much for listening, and glad you found us there, Greg. Welcome to the family. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia has appointed a new commander in their offensive against Ukraine. Russian forces shelled more targets in the east, destroying an airport. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said on ABC, Russia is committing war crimes.
Were killed hundreds of civilians without no reasons. The women, children, old people, teenagers. It's genocide of Ukrainian.
Pope Francis has opened Holy Week with a call for an Easter truce in Ukraine. He celebrated Palm Sunday Mass before a large crowd at St. Peter's Square. He didn't refer directly to the Russian invasion, but repeatedly denounced the violence and the suffering happening in Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, if you got a cool $750,000 to spare, you know, we've all got that sitting around, right? Actually, a little more. Might be able to soon buy your own personal flying bike. Flying bike? According to Bloomberg, a former Merrill Lynch trader with a passion for Star Wars is preparing to take his flying motorbike. It's a startup, taking it public in Japan. Tokyo-based ALI Technologies, founded by Shuhei Kamatsu, as a drone maker in 2016. Before moving on to more ambitious ventures, he opened sales of Turismo Limited Bike in October. The $777,000 single-person transporter can hit a maximum speed of 50 miles an hour and travel up to 40 minutes on a charge. The bike has so far largely figured as a curio at public events, like a recent baseball game. But he said there is strong interest from Middle Eastern countries. The need for these bikes will be higher in places with desert or other difficult terrain. The vehicle would enable people to travel where the roads are bad and inaccessible to cars, as well as crossing bodies of water. They've selected lead underwriters for the initial public offering on Tokyo's Mother's Market for startups in what will be the country's first debut of its kind. They're in discussions with the Tokyo Stock Exchange, declining to specify what the estimated valuation will be for the IPO. Flying personal vehicles. You know, it's the stuff of science fiction for decades before Star Wars. Remember the famous racing scene with the pods? Electric air transportation is now moving closer to reality as the first wave of designs by startups like Joby Aviation actually reached maturity. Billions of dollars are flowing into that sector, as well as impressive numbers of orders, mostly from commercial airlines. The next 18 months will be pivotal for the fledgling industry. Manufacturers will run vital test flights. They'll finalize their plans for what they're going to call vertiports, virtual ports, and regulations looking at how to guarantee safety. Now, they say this bike is not intended to fly far up in the air. It's really just to traverse inhospitable terrain. It's built like an oversized drone with a traditional motorcycle seat and steering on top. I haven't seen the artist's depiction or whatever, a demo of this, but I don't know. Air mobility companies. Science fiction comes to life. I knew someone out there would remember who did that opening song. Thank you, David. It's for Greg. It's the song entitled "The Dreamer" by John Vincent. And to do a quick search, like I said, I think it's on YouTube and whatnot. So, yeah, that's been our opening thing. And until the Big Moose performed our Steve Sommers Overnight Drive theme song here, about a month and a half ago. Yes, we do have our first all-private team of astronauts ever launched to the International Space Station that were welcomed aboard on Saturday, beginning what is a week-long science mission hailed as a milestone in commercial spaceflight. The arrival about 21 hours after the four-man team representing the Houston-based startup company Axiom Space lifted off on Friday from the Kennedy Space Center on a Falcon 9 rocket. The Crew Dragon capsule lofted into orbit by the rocket, docking with the International Space Station about 8:30 in the morning on Saturday, roughly 250 miles above the central Atlantic Ocean. They said final approach was delayed for about 45 minutes by a technical glitch, with a video feed used to monitor the capsule's rendezvous, but everything else proceeded very smoothly. The multinational Axiom team will spend 8 days in orbit. All right, with the docking achieved, it took nearly 2 hours for the sealed passageway between the space station and the crew capsule to be pressurized and, of course, checked for leaks before the hatches were opened to allow the newly arrived astronauts to board the International Space Station. Now, they were welcomed by all 7 of the regular government-paid crew members that were already on the space station. So currently there are 11 astronauts. 11 astronauts on the International Space Station. Things pretty busy on the ISS here this Monday morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Is that the Sundance Kid this morning?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I hear people complaining about the diesel prices, and I get it. But you just got to handle your business out here. I started back in '96 as a company driver for a big major carrier, had over 10,000 trucks. By 1999, I started my own fleet, got up to 5. Diesel prices were 80 cents to $1.14. Now, diesel prices in August of '99 went all the way to $2 a gallon overnight. No reason. There was nothing going on. There's no war, no nothing. And it was the first time in history that diesel was actually more than gasoline. So I sat there burning 400 gallons per truck, 2,000 gallons a week. All right. Cost me an extra $2,000 a week to run those trucks. $8,000 a month. The company didn't give no fuel surcharge back then. They didn't give it for a long time. But you have to be getting that fuel surcharge out here. And 2 weeks ago, it was around 70 cents a mile. 70 cents a mile on top of the rate. And don't let them drop your rate So that's the little game they're trying to play now.
Yep.
They're dropping rates so they don't have to pay the fuel surcharge. But you have to be running at least, like I said before, if you run for whatever the price of fuel is, divided by 2 plus 50 cents is your number. And that gets you, if you have to deadhead all the way back where you started, it covers you. And the company that wants you to move that freight, they would have to deadhead a truck back too. So, if you get something coming back, it's good for you. And you're making more money. And you don't have to work as hard. But, you don't go by the bare minimum. And if you don't have a new truck payment, good. You can keep that money and provide for your family a little better. But don't, just because you don't have a big truck payment, start cutting the rate to make it lower. Take that extra money. You're leaving money on the table. And you just take care of your business. It doesn't matter what it goes to. You can't blame nobody. I don't blame George Bush it cost me every truck I had. I lost all 5 of them in that fiasco. I got into car hauling, trying to do everything I could to keep it. You couldn't make it. So when you take an $8,000 hit and you're only making $9,000 a month off 5 trucks back then, it's not worth it to do it for $250. Now, that same company, to lease onto them, you had to give them $10,000 per truck to lease on. I couldn't, so I went out in town and bought a 3-year-old truck. But because they said it was a bad business for them to let me have it without giving them $10,000. But as soon as the price of diesel went up double, they were giving them trucks away. You didn't have to do nothing. You only had been driving for 3 months. They give you a truck, no money down. There was nothing, they made a lot more money that way. So I'm just telling you, don't blame nobody. Take care of your business. If you don't know, ask somebody that's been doing it.
I mean, I hear all this talk about. I understand you got it. I understand you. They're saying you've got to get the fuel surcharge, but I mean, I hear and I see these reports that many drivers apparently can't, for whatever reason, get a fuel surcharge.
Okay, on that right there, it's federal law that if your company's getting a fuel surcharge, the person who's buying the fuel is the person that gets the fuel surcharge 100%. It's federal law. If they're getting a fuel surcharge, then and they're keeping some of it, you can sue them. And Swift got sued, and a bunch of other companies got sued back in the day because they were keeping the fuel surcharge. Because I know my little 5-truck company was getting killed. They had 10,000 trucks. They had to be getting killed, but they wouldn't give them the fuel surcharge, and that's what caused me the problem. But you don't know who to turn to. That's what I'm saying. You got to know, you got to handle your business, and if you ain't getting it, you got to get it. If you don't, you're just wasting your time out here. You might as well jump back in one of their trucks.
And we saw a lot of that happen back in 2008, and that's what I'm hearing now. They're talking about another bloodbath in the trucking industry. If these prices stay elevated like they are, that way too many of these, I guess, 1 or 2 truck operators are not going to be able to make enough money to keep running the truck, and they're going to have to get out of their truck and go back to a company. So I've never really understood the whole premise of how some, for whatever reason, can't get a fuel surcharge. But right there, we'll get a quick timeout. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020. or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I'll admit I was a tad bit surprised by the poll in the state of Texas, no less. Asking the question, if Donald Trump does not run for president in 2024, who would you vote for? Well, according to this poll, if the primary election were held today and Trump did not run, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis would win hands down. The poll of nearly 700 Republican primary voters in Texas was asked that question. If former President Donald Trump declines to participate in 24, are you remaining? And your remaining candidates were Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, Nikki Haley, and Kristi Noem. For whom would you vote? Now, what surprised me is, we're talking Texas. And, of course, Ted Cruz, a Texan. Their governor, Greg Abbott, a Texan. Respondents overwhelmingly chose DeSantis, 48% of the vote. Texas Senator Ted Cruz came in with a mere 19% of the vote. But the poll also asked if the upcoming 24 Republican primary for president were held today, and the candidates were Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, and the same as the other list, but just having Trump on there, for whom would you vote? A poll dictated that a number of respondents, 46%, said they would vote for Trump. Trailing behind him with second was DeSantis, in this case, at 20%. Now, also, there was a Twitter poll conducted by the Daily Wire that found that when asked who would you prefer in 2024, a resounding 70.8% Sunday evening pointed towards DeSantis, and 29.2% said Trump. So in that particular poll, DeSantis handily even over Trump when both would be on the ticket. Varying polls. I know. Do we have any confidence in polls at all in this day and age? Because they've been so damn wrong in recent years, time and time again. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Hey there, Knucklebuster.
Mr. Steve Sommers. Now, if they want to record big moves, you can do it on the iPhone 11. Go to your settings, home center, and it has a button down there for screen recording. That screen recording while it's playing on your app, I don't think you can do it on YouTube or Facebook. Well, you might be able to do it on Facebook, but I don't know about YouTube. And it'll record that song and put it in your picture. It won't put it on your music, but it'll put it in your picture. That's one way to do it. And I'm pretty sure you can do that. I'll do it after the show, and then I'll let you know whether I'm successful in downloading it like that or not.
You know, all I know is I've got it in an email file.
All right.
That's because Big Moose recorded it, and he sent it to me in an email file. That's what I use every night to play it. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, yours is going to be different. You're on a computer there, but if I want to download it on their phone, I've got an iPhone 11, so I'll try it this morning. We'll see if we get it after the show, and I'll go back and start all over again and then do a screen recording. And I'd kind of like to try that on a phone call sometime, too, see what that does there, right? Anyway, I don't know if Trump needs to run again or not, but I think DeSantis is a pretty popular governor. So he makes some pretty good, wise decisions down there in Florida from what I've seen. So, well, let's see what 2022 brings and then 2024. So, all right. Truck driving radio on down the road there, Steve Summers, and kick it in the big hole and gouge on it and get on to the house with it.
All right, we got a final hour yet to fill, though. So jump on board. We got clear lines. All right, so there you go. Final hour ahead. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. And, of course, coming up here, final hour, we'll have our keyword number 2 for this Monday morning. Keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest giveaway. When I pass that keyword your way here in the final hour, go to tncradio.live on the web or the smartphone app. Yeah, click on the contest there, enter your keyword, and you are entered. There you go. And you'll have 2 more opportunities to get keywords throughout the broadcast day at tncradio.live. You got the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m., then the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Of course, those are all Eastern time. So check it out. And, of course, in our final hour, we'll also break down for you severe weather. It begins here on a Monday, but the greatest risk as we look toward Tuesday. Yeah, from Dallas to Kansas City. This may be the second day in a row that Dallas may get some severe weather. While many of these storms during the outbreak will erupt as a result of the warmth of the daytime heating and gradually weaken during the evening as the air begins to cool down. There will still be some pockets of severe weather and even a tornado risk continuing well after dark. We'll break down for you. What are we looking at? After dark on Tuesday. And then it's a multi-day threat throughout the upcoming week. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is planning to speak to the leader of India on Monday. He's expected to ask the prime minister to take a hard line against Russia over its war in Ukraine. India has taken a neutral stance on the war and continues to purchase energy from Russia. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the administration continues to support Ukraine's defensive needs.
Assessing, reviewing every single day the requests from the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian leadership.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says simply supplying Ukraine doesn't go far enough.
We want the Ukrainians to win, to defeat the Russians.
Both appeared on Fox News Sunday. During a traditional mass in St. Peter's Square, Pope Francis asked people to pray for Ukraine. He denounced the violence, asking for an Easter truce. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Republicans in Maryland are fighting the expansion of some abortion laws in their state. USA Radio's Kenneth Burns has the story.
State lawmakers in Maryland voted to override Governor Larry Hogan's veto to expand abortion access. The law, which will take effect in July, allows other medical providers like nurse practitioners to perform abortions. It also mandates the state provide $3.5 million a year to train providers on how to perform the procedure and requires most insurance plans to fully cover abortions. Hogan, a Republican, said in his veto announcement Friday that the bill would set back standards for women's health care and safety. The Democratic-controlled legislature overrode the governor's veto on Saturday. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
2 people are dead and at least 10 others injured after a mass shooting at a nightclub in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Police patrolling the downtown area responded quickly. No word yet on any suspects. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
A new poll showed that many Americans are dissatisfied with the country.
According to the latest Rasmussen Reports poll, 61% of likely U.S. voters believe that violent crime is on the rise, and 47% believe that President Biden has done a poor job in handling law enforcement issues. A full 81% of respondents say they believe the issue will be important in the November midterm elections, including 46% who say it will be very important. Nearly 2/3 of voters say the Hunter Biden laptop story is important and believe the president was probably involved in his son's foreign business dealings.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has led a bipartisan group of lawmakers to Warsaw to meet with the Prime Minister of Poland and officials from Ukraine to discuss the ongoing war. McCarthy said that Poland has been a strategic partner to the U.S. by contributing fully to NATO. Congresswoman Liz Cheney said that a missile strike that killed at least 50 people in a crowded train station filled with civilians evacuating from Ukraine was clearly genocide. A man accused of shooting pop star Lady Gaga's dog walker and stealing her 2 French bulldogs was erroneously released this week, according to the Sheriff's Department. James Howard Jackson was released from custody shortly after a court appearance because his case was dismissed due to a clerical error. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway on a Monday. We're going to close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend as we gear up for another, downright ugly week. Compliments of Mother Nature. The temperature swings after record highs out west last week. Big cool-off coming your way. Then the talk of severe weather erupting, moving through locations during the day. Of course, that is a significant threat, but during the overnight hours, people are sleeping. By midweek, Wednesday of this week, the threat for severe weather is forecast to expand further east and north. Anywhere from the Louisiana Gulf Coast all the way to southern Wisconsin could see, again, severe weather. All modes of severe weather possible again may extend into Wednesday night. From New Orleans to Nashville to St. Louis to even, yes, Chicago to the north. Now, going back to late December of last year, there have only been like 2 days where severe weather's occurred in the Chicago area. You've been very lucky as of late, according to the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. And those were both incidents in March. Strong winds, and that was about it. Some localized wind damage reports on March the 4th, but had a significant outbreak of severe weather on March the 25th. Responsible for at least 40 reports of tornadoes stretching from Iowa and southern Wisconsin into western portions of Ohio. Again, as we look further ahead this week, by Thursday, thunderstorms shifting a bit further along toward the east. And we may be talking parts of the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley to the north and the south. Storms may reach parts of the Tennessee Valley in the southeastern U.S. down to Florida, the Gulf Coast. It's going to be, again, an active week. Compliments of Mother Nature. Hey, there is some other racing action coming up this weekend. I mentioned Kyle's going to be headed down to Hardinsburg, Kentucky for the Battle on the Asphalt, presented by Hot Shot Secret, the title sponsor there. But next Friday and Saturday, there's another event. And I was talking to Kyle about this when we went up for the meeting there Friday morning. Said, first of all, who comes up with the name? Because I can't even say it on the radio. Yeah, we'll just say the Shish Kebab Box No Prep Series, or maybe you can call it the Crap Box No Prep Series, presented by Hot Shot Secret at English Mountain Dragway in Tennessee. Kyle was explaining this is no prep racing for people that are on a much tighter budget. A lot of these no prep events, people with big, deep pockets come out to race. And the everyday individual can't compete in any form or fashion. Again, this is presented by Hot Shots, kicking off a 5-race series. And the season opener coming up this Friday at English Mountain Dragway, Newport, Tennessee. This unique no-prep drag racing series, the invention of one of Hot Shot Secret's friends, contributor, dealer, and sponsored racer, Matt Rice from DNR Auto. He calls it the No Prep for the Rest of Us race, developed so we could try to bring more people into the no prep racing that normally couldn't compete at the extreme level we see with some of the top teams with what seems to be endless budgets, This is for the average guy or gal to get to a no prep event. And you can compete on a beginner or maybe an intermediate level. There will be a pro class, however. So if anybody tries to sneak into the Shish Kebab Series class, they get booted out. They have to run in a pro class to keep the competition balanced. Hot Shot Secret, a big supporter of getting new people into drag racing, and proud to be the title sponsor of the Shish Kebab Box No Prep, where you don't need a full-blown race car to have some fun and compete in the no prep event. I saw one of the photographs. It looks like somebody had maybe pulled a vehicle out of the junkyard, and got it up and running. There's a lot of rust. But hey, it's their race car. Get out and have some fun. That's what it's all about. So beginners and intermediates, It also looks like next Saturday, the 16th, the Modern Street Hemi Shootout Series at Virginia Motorsports Park there in Virginia. This is the next leg of the Modern Street Hemi Shootout. Virginia Motorsports Park Saturday event, April the 16th. Hot Shot Secret proud to sponsor this modern Mopar series. And we want to wish all of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers good luck there. All right, coming up this weekend, once again, action on the track. Our number, 844-844-3388. The topic of additional truck parking. This week, Travel Centers of America, this would have been last week, they announced the acquisition of 2 franchise locations with plans for one of these stores to become one of the largest travel stops in the country when all the renovations are complete. Friday, TA announced the completion of the acquisition of 2 franchised TA locations for $45 million. You've got both stores, the Petro Raffine and the TA Lexington, located along the I-81 corridor in Virginia. TA said these 2 locations have been successful franchise locations since 2011 and expected to generate $9 million in revenue next year. Now, the Petro Raffine is currently undergoing major renovations, adding 170 new truck parking spaces and expanding their retail space. Once that renovation is done, which is expected to be done by this summer, the Petro Raffine is expected to be one of the nation's largest travel centers based on its nearly 900 truck parking spaces. That must be a massive facility as far as parking is concerned. Investing in growth through the addition of company-owned sites is one of our key priorities for capital development this year, according to the CEO of TA. Of course, located along a busy, strategic highway corridor, which serves professional truck drivers, four-wheel travelers, and local communities. We expect these sites to exceed our minimum return thresholds with the size and the breadth of offerings at the Petro Raffine. We're adding a flagship location to our company-owned sites, and will also benefit from the experienced managers at these locations who will be joining our company. But 900 truck parking spaces. Just got to thinking, it's Iowa 80, world's largest truck stop. I'll have to look that up. How much truck parking space is available there? Because I know it's big. And about 14 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. And Chris, I believe, on the line. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Steve. Oh, hit my truck. You were saying Musk turned down that board job.
Yes.
And I think I know why. Because the SEC will watch everything he says if he's a member of that board. He got in trouble with him over Tesla. Remember, he had some kind of a consent agreement where he could only say certain things. Because that's when they really get on you. When you're in a position to control the direction of the company, I think it's called. That's when they tried to get Martha Stewart for securities fraud. Now, if you make some comment, they told her that she couldn't tell people she was innocent of the crime she was charged with.
Insider trading.
That would, securities fraud. Yeah, that would affect the value of her stock.
Sure.
And that's what. Well, she got actually convicted of tampering with evidence. They dropped that charge. It was a ridiculous charge. You can't tell somebody they're not allowed to declare they're innocent because people it's misleading people about the value of her company. It was
they did. Musk says things that are dangerous for him when he's controlling the company. He said one time he said he was going to take Tesla private, and then the stock jumped way out or something. And he almost got prosecuted for that. But I think that's probably why because he made that comment about he's a big advocate of free speech. He wouldn't be able to say. He already made a comment that they ought to turn the headquarters into a homeless shelter because nobody shows up for work.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of stuff.
And I think he shared something over the weekend, something I guess there was an interview with, what was his name, Carl Icahn at some point years ago, where he said we needed to clear house and let's fire all 12 stories worth of people, and he kind of gave that a thumbs up, that absolutely. And I don't know, some of the Twitter employees are kind of worried about his presence, and they didn't like the idea that he'd be on the board.
Who knows what he'd do? I guess he had some kind of plan, but then probably got worried that he'd get in trouble with the SEC. I was going to add something to what I said the other night about when they brought those German engineers over, they called that got the other half of. We were competing with Russia to get the engineers from the V1 program. But I think they were working on missiles before they started NASA, because that was 15 years later. But I think we had them working on ICBMs and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But von Braun designed the Saturn engine. That's what made him famous. Kennedy said we're going to the moon. He built that massive Saturn engine and really impressed Kennedy. It must have been something. Kennedy went down there and watched it test, and it was. He said he could feel the heat from 100 yards away. But I just thought I'd throw that in there.
All right. Well, Chris, good to hear from you. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for chiming in this morning. Have a great Monday. Have a safe week out there. Hey, where's Sylvester been? I haven't seen Sylvester chiming in on the discussion board. I think most of last week I hadn't seen him chime in. Hope everything's all right down there in the land down under with Sylvester. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Here on a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
More on the Hunter laptop story. Hunter Biden, that is. Oh, and by the way, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Alan Dershowitz, the lawyer, said, this whole laptop story has, in his words, a long, long road before it gets to the level of impacting President Biden. He said you'd have to prove complicity by, quote, the big man. And it's not enough for the big man to be mentioned in an email. There have to be emails from the person who was the target or the subject of the investigation. You remember, because hearsay is not admissible. So personally, I think there's a long, long road to hoe before you get anywhere close to the president. Despite all the legal hurdles to proving any criminality tied to the president, that doesn't really change the political damage of the story. Obviously, people do hold presidents responsible for their relatives. We saw that with Jimmy Carter. We saw that with Bill Clinton. We've seen that with many people in the past, but there are vast differences, he said, between a political issue and turning it into something that's criminal. I don't like weaponizing the criminal justice system for political purposes, so I think we should demand the investigation continue, and let's see where the evidence points without any sort of presumptions or rushing to judgment, I guess you'd say. Now, he also mentioned that a California court overturned a state rule requiring companies to have 1 to 3 LGBTQ board members, which that was absolutely the right decision. We need to move back to the Martin Luther King's dream of an America where you're judged by the quality of your character, not by the color of your skin or your, in this case, sexual orientation or your country of origin. What this country's coming to, it's pretty much, why do we have the first female black Supreme Court justice? It's because she's a black female. That was the promise made by the president. If I get an opportunity to nominate, and when I saw that story last week, I said, how can you tell companies, companies around the country, or in this case, California, that you will have at least 3 LGBTQ members on your board? Just because they're an LGBTQ, does that make them qualified to hold whatever that board position is going to be with whatever company it's going to be? Absolutely not. But that's the direction things are going in this country. And there was one other tidbit on the Hunter laptop. An NPR reporter, National Public Radio, Laura Sullivan, who actually called out her own newsroom last week saying, this Hunter Biden laptop story has always been relevant. She's an investigative correspondent for the publicly funded NPR. She tweeted, "Add NPR to the list when you cite the media organizations that have been quick to dismiss the validity and the relevance of the Hunter Biden international business affairs, some of which might have been in direct conflict with Joe Biden's dealings with other countries, either as vice president or current United States president." Newsroom editors called it not a real story. May end up being a tax case. They called it a hill of beans or something else, and it's always been a story. Apparently, she was directly responding to a tweet from another journalist that read, "Twitter founder Jack Dorsey apologized and admitted now it's wrong for Twitter to have censored the mention of this story." Washington Post this past week called for a media reckoning over what they did. But, beyond those two, they all let the lie stand to this day. Now, NPR has employed Sullivan for 18 years now. In fact, the network trumpets her as one of their most dedicated, decorated journalists. It's not the first time she's actually taken direct issue with her employer's spin on a particular story. You go back to October of 2020, when that original New York Post story on Hunter's laptop, NPR joined all the other left-leaning media organizations in going absolutely silent. At the time, NPR even quoted the managing editor by saying, quote, "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. We don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions." Again, shutting down any discussion of the narrative. Sullivan's response at the time, sounding off on NPR, she says, "I really love it when managers make our jobs harder. I don't know if that's Hunter Biden's laptop or what's on it, but it's certainly not a waste of time to find out. NPR managers better hope that laptop was built out of an old Russian blender in Ukraine." Of course, roughly 5 months later, NPR became the subject of outside scrutiny after erroneously claiming the Biden laptop story had been discredited by the U.S. intelligence and independent investigations by news organizations, which, again, that was not true. Not true at the time. All right, we'll get our news update here and around the country. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388 on our quiet Monday morning. Looking at the 11th day of April. Oh, and yes, coming up here momentarily, following our news break. Hey, how about your keyword? Your chance at $1,000 in our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. We've got your keyword coming up here. You'll go to tncradio.live, enter that keyword, and as simple as that, you are registered to win the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden is planning to speak to the leader of India on Monday. He's expected to ask the prime minister to take a hard line against Russia over its war in Ukraine. India has taken a neutral stance on the war and continues to purchase energy from Russia. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the administration continues to support Ukraine's defensive needs.
Assessing, reviewing every single day the requests from the Ukrainian military and Ukrainian leadership.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says simply supplying Ukraine doesn't go far enough.
We want the Ukrainians to win, to defeat the Russians.
Both appeared on Fox News Sunday. During a traditional Mass in St. Peter's Square, Pope Francis asked people to pray for Ukraine. He denounced the violence, asking for an Easter truce. This is USA Radio News.
You clean everything else in your house, why don't you clean the air? It's easy to do with an Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. They're under $200 for a 3-pack. You can put one in the kitchen, you can put one in the living room, you can put one in that room that you always flush. Go to EdenPureDeals.com, put in my promo code CLASSIC3 and you'll save $200. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code CLASSIC3, and you'll also get free shipping.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There you go. All right, is that time? Chance to win $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. This hour's keyword, here you go, it is country. Like country music, or the country in which we live. Country. There you go. Go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, country, in this nationwide contest. Good luck from Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live this Monday morning. There's things that kind of boggle the mind. If you think of how fast, the speed of light, correct? Yeah, we can't go that fast. How about something being visible, not 1 light year away, but 13.5 billion light years away from the Earth? Now, they say they've spotted, a global team of researchers, astronomers, has found the most distant space object ever. According to the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, it is a distant galaxy called HD1, 13.5 billion light years away from the Earth. Researchers offering 2 ideas of what exactly the galaxy is. And again, it's guessing. The first paper, published last week in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, is that HD1 could be creating stars at an astounding rate. It could even be home to what's known as Population 3 stars. Population 3 stars are the universe's very first stars, which researchers say have never been seen until now. The second idea proposed by the team in another paper in the Astronomical Journey is that HD1 could hold a supermassive black hole. Think about this, roughly 100 million times the mass of our sun? Answering questions about the nature of a source so far away is very challenging. It's kind of like guessing the nationality of a ship from the flag the ship flies while it's far offshore in the middle of gale and dense fog. You can't really see what that flag is. That's his comparison. Ultimately, a long game of analysis and exclusion of implausible scenarios. They say the quasar or black hole hypothesis is actually feasible, though, because the ultraviolet luminosity could be produced by a black hole. All right, further data. When they get the James Webb fully up and running, that's from the James Webb Space Telescope, extremely large telescope, and others will be crucial to answer the questions left open by these studies. But they say HD1 would represent a giant baby in the delivery room of the early universe, whatever that means. Okay. 15.5 billion light years away. Then again, if they're seeing something that far away now, it may have burned out billions of years ago. May not even be there. But I digress. Let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388 this Monday morning. Hey, Uncle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. This is an unpaid announcement. I told you what to do on your phone earlier, but I couldn't get it to do it. So, but anyway, Chris is a rich man, right?
A rich man? A rich man?
Yeah, he makes more money than you and I do, right?
Oh, a hell of a lot. Yeah, sure. Okay, so
Oh yeah. Well, that makes him a rich man.
Okay.
I promise you, if you get successful at recording Steve Summers' Overnight Drive or Hot Shot Secret stuff or Big Moose's stuff, and you use it for illicit gain, you're probably going to see a bunch of loggers coming to visit you there. So if you do something like that, don't do something stupid. And because Steve Summers Overnight Drive Radio and Hot Shot Secrets, they're all registered trademarks. And I bet Big Moose was smart enough to register that song too. So anyway, I embarrassed the hell out of my grandbabies, 3 of my grandbabies this weekend, Steve.
Now, what'd you do?
Oh, yeah. Well, we went to Waffle House, and Mama Summers, not Mama Summers, God, I'm going crazy here. Tennessee, she started playing Alan Jackson's Living on Love.
Yeah.
So we just done a duet right there at the table on her iPhone. But let me tell you one thing, them kids were cowering under the table and everything else. And it's good to embarrass your grandbabies every now and then, Steve. So, all right, I'm going to get out of here. That's all of my bull on it for right now. But don't do something stupid, people. Like I said, they're registered trademarks. Have a good day, Steve.
All right, Knuckle Buster, thank you for checking in. There you go. Got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, latest on what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine. Former NATO commander and Obama campaign advisor, General Wesley Clark, wrote in the New York Post that the time to supply Ukraine with weapons is now. As reports indicate, the Russian forces are reconsolidating their units after retreating. He says Ukraine needs heavy weapons and air support. They need tanks, multiple launch rockets, self-propelled artillery, air support, MiG fighter planes, mobile air defenses. Why do they need this? Well, because there's a window of opportunity right now that will last 1, perhaps 2 weeks, in which Ukraine can counterattack in the north, south, and east to expel Russian forces. This is going to require mobile armored forces and air support. And if this window of opportunity is lost, the future is much darker and much more uncertain. According to an ABC News, an anonymous senior U.S. defense official says, well, some Russian troops have retreated from cities in Ukraine. Among them are what are known as Russian Battalion Tactical Groups, or BTGs, with roughly 800 to 1,000 soldiers each. They've withdrawn back across the Belarus-Russia border and have been essentially eradicated from fighting in Ukraine. Now, those officials add that the intermittent time after losing anywhere from 15 to 20% of their combat capabilities, Russian forces are now consolidating into new units. Additional reports say that Russia is seeking to recruit another 60,000 troops. Strengthening Ukraine right now, give them the tools they need to secure their territory. This has to be the first order of business for the U.S. and NATO allies if we're going to avoid World War III. This is the moment to arm Ukraine, he says. Now, we also saw Slovakia has, quote, donated their S-300 air defense system to Ukraine. The prime minister announcing that on Friday, a day after the U.S. said more than 30 countries are increasing their military aid to Kyiv. I can confirm Slovakia donated the S-300 air defense system based on its request to help in self-defense due to the armed aggression from the Russian Federation. Slovakia has been operating one battery of the Soviet-designed S-300 air defense system, which they actually inherited after the breakup of Czechoslovakia in 1993. Now, he did say Slovakia's own defense was secured. This donation is the first known case of a country sending an air defense system to Ukraine since the start of the Russian invasion. Of course, back in March, Germany, Netherlands, they brought 3 batteries of the Patriot air defense system to Slovakia. I said, rather than replace the S-300, it would be, they can consider giving up the S-300 if they received a replacement, which essentially, I guess that's exactly what they've done, but trying to help Ukrainians. Back after this on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance. care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, sometime last week I shared a little piece that some woman had posted, which in this day and age, it reads, when I was 5 years old, I never knew if my teachers were married, let alone what their sexual orientation was. I didn't even know what sex was because I was a little child and my parents gave me the gift of a childhood. To which I said, yeah, and now they're wanting to teach? Yeah, funny, yeah, right? 4 to 8 year olds about whether they're a boy or a girl. Let me take you to the state of Maryland where pre-K, that's pre-kindergarten students, AKA what, 4 or 5 year olds, will learn about gender identity and expression, including how to recognize and respect that people express themselves in many different ways and understand there are different types of families. Single parent, same gender, intergenerational, blended, interracial, adoptive, foster, and so on. Additionally, teachers are not required to inform parents about their child's desire to change genders. According to the Maryland State Department of Education's Health Education Framework. Under the gender identity and expression subcategory of the Family Life and Human Sexuality section, the state says pre-kindergarten students should also recognize and respect that people express themselves in many different ways. I don't know about you, but at pre-kindergarten, as that woman said, at that age, should they know what sexual orientation is to begin with? And what does a 4-year-old know about sex to begin with? Now, the board says by kindergarten, children should recognize a range of ways people identify and express their gender, and the importance of treating people of all gender identities with dignity and respect. So Maryland's going the exact opposite direction of the state of Florida, where Ron DeSantis signed the Parental Rights in Education bill that bars classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity for children in kindergarten through 3rd grade. I mean, we're talking 5 to 9-year-old people. That's, who thinks that it's time for, at the age of 5, to be teaching these kind of things in school? I mean, I go back to it was middle school days. I believe it was in 8th grade when we had our first, quote, sex education class. It was in the health class, or maybe it was science class, but the sex education. So in 8th grade, pre-kindergarten. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Coming to your neck of the woods, Horse Feathers.
Yeah. Well, did you hear on your news report there? They want to start letting nurse practitioners to do abortions. They're gonna override the governor's veto, and that's part of it. There, the nurse practitioners will be able to do abortions. I don't know if they just put a shingle out in front of their house or cardboard box, get a refrigerator box, or how it all works. But
wow,
yeah, it is when everybody's just got to be free and happy, and you can't say anything about it. Everybody's able to do whatever they want. So I'm just waiting for that Mambla. Remember back on your other station quite a few years ago, you talked about an organization called Mambla.
Yep.
Well, where are they? They got to be starting to show up again here at some point, don't they?
What was that? Man, boy, love groups or something? Mambla. Man, boy, love. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's essentially a pedophile.
Anyways,
it's a pedophile group. It was older adults who wanted to have sex with kids, little kids.
Exactly. And I guess that'd be all right now, the way everybody else is thinking. That's, because you just said something about intergenerational. You mentioned intergenerational thing in there when you were mentioning all them groups. So that'd be like old people and young people, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's not. I guess it's going the other way now. It's not the young woman looking for the sugar daddy that's like 112 waiting to kick off. That's got $1 billion or something.
Yep.
But anyways, I think when Knucklebuster gets home, he'd better make sure that he sneaks in and he gets in Tennessee's accounts there and deletes Facebook and YouTube. And I mean, he's talking about other women out there, while he's riding up and down the road. What's Tennessee going to think when she hears all that he's thinking and talking about all these other women out here on the highway? Oh boy.
I guess
he's going to be all kinds of trouble.
I guess he probably hasn't told her about the ability to catch the podcast of the program at a later point in time.
Yeah, he'd better be hoping. But anyways, no, I was just calling in. He called in so many times, I figured I better get my phone count up there. He caught up for passing me here. The amount of times he called in here tonight.
Leave it to a Monday. I guess slow day Monday, but. Hey, we made it through, Horse Feathers. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, with that, we wrap it up on a Monday morning. Sounds like when we come back here, the midnight hour tonight, obviously, probably I'm going to be talking about the snow will already be falling. Areas out west where you got winter storm watches, winter weather advisories, blizzard conditions in the coming days, and get a better handle on when we can anticipate the severe weather, which is going to impact the south, central, and southeast for much of the upcoming week. We'll see you then for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.